You're live, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Newington Town Council regular meeting of Tuesday, January 25th, 2022. I'd like to call the meeting to order right now at 7 p.m. If you would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. If we could do the roll call, please.
Councilor Braverman. Deputy Mayor Budraco.
Here.
Councilor Camillo.
Here.
Councilor Donahue.
Here.
Councilor Menke.
Here.
Councilor Nagel.
Here.
Councilor Page.
Present.
Councilor Rada.
Here.
Mayor Del Buono.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Next item on our agenda is approval of the agenda. I would like to, if someone is willing, I would like to entertain a motion to move the item 7H up to between 3 and 4. And I will tell you my rationale for this. So after approval of the agenda prior to public participation. The reason for this is that at our last council meeting, the proposal came forward for a reduction of polling places to 3. It was clear at that meeting from council comment as well as public comment that 3 districts did not meet the needs of everyone that spoke, including counselors. Based on that, I had instructed the registrars and the counselors to consult over the week, any counselors to bring forward any concerns, questions, or suggested changes to the proposal on the table so that we could discuss those this evening. After speaking with the registrars, I understand that they're coming forward with, I believe, 2 possible proposals, although I'm not sure what they landed on, that would not be reflective of the 3, but would be reflective of more than that. Based on the fact that I know that's the intent, I know that there are many people in the public that wanted to weigh in this evening, and I would like them to have the most up-to-date information so that they can weigh in on the proposal at hand. I don't know that it makes sense to have, right now I see 50 people in the attendees window. I don't know how many are intending to speak, but I know that it would perhaps be a long meeting for them to wait for that to come forward later after item 7G, which could be a couple of hours into the meeting, if not longer. So I would like to recommend that we at least move this item up on the agenda, make it the first thing we discuss so that the registrars can put on the table the recommended proposal based on the information they've received from the public as well as from counselors on concerns regarding the previous proposal. The reapportionment recommendations from the state, I know, are what sparked this thought process. So I think it makes sense to have them go first, and then the public would have an opportunity to weigh in on the newest proposal and not on something that is not really going to be considered this evening, which would be the 3 polling places. So if anyone at the table is in agreement with that, I would entertain a motion for that.
I'd like to make a motion to move that forward.
So to move item 8D up to after item 3 on the agenda?
Yes.
All right, is there a second?
Correction, Mayor. I believe you said 7H.
H.
Oh, I'm sorry, 7H, thank you.
You're welcome.
So Councilor Camillo moving 7H up to after item 3 on the agenda, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Menke. Discussion on this change. Councilor Menke, your hand is up. I didn't know if that was for the second or for a comment.
I have another motion, but it's
Okay,
that's fine. I carry. There we go.
Any
Matt?
council comment on this? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Counselor Mankey, do you have another adjustment?
I do. I'd like to add under item 8D, town manager evaluation.
All right, is there a second to that?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Camillo. And discussion on this one. All right, hearing none. All those in favor say, Mitch, your hand is up. Was it for this or for something else?
No, sorry, Mayor. That was just, I wanted to address an agenda item after this. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of the motion to add agenda item 8D for town manager evaluation, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion stands amended. Counselor Page.
If I could please make a motion that we move ahead with our nominations, which is item 9A, I believe. Correct me, James. But I'd like to remove the Park and Rec nominations just for tonight. We're still working on our names under the Park and Rec Board, and we'd like to reintroduce those, please, at our next meeting. All of the other nominations we'd like to go forward with tonight for a vote.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Rada. And discussion on this one. Counselor Mankey?
Certainly, I would support the motion, but we've had these on 3 weeks in a row, or 3 meetings in a row now. I'm not sure what the change is going to be. I've spent weeks going over appointments. Why are we changing? I'm not sure. You're not putting these 4 people forward?
Just for tonight, Tim, just for tonight.
Are we putting them forward next time, or are you putting different people forward?
Well, as a caucus, we just have to talk about it, and then we'll present what we want to do in 2 weeks.
All set, Counselor Mankey?
Yes.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to remove the Parks and Rec Board appointments that are on the agenda. And any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm. Any other changes to the agenda? All right, so just to recap, we have 3 changes. We are moving the discussion on the proposed polling changes up to after item 3. We added an item 8D for town manager evaluation, and then we removed the Parks and Recreation Board appointments. All right, now we can get into our agenda. The first item on the agenda now, the revised agenda, is the ordinance amendment consideration.
Did we vote on approving the agenda?
Well, we voted on each of the motions that changed it. Do I need to?
Still need to do a motion to approve the
I think we still need to
amended
approve the
changes.
agenda as
Okay,
changed.
sorry. I'm so sorry, guys.
No
All
problem.
right, I'll entertain and motion to approve the agenda with the 3 changes that we mentioned.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Counselor Mankey, seconded by Counselor Rada. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. We have an agenda. All right, we are moving on now to the first item, which is the ordinance amendment, chapter 121 of voting districts. We have with us tonight our registrars of voters. I'm just trying to move my screen around. I apologize, guys, but okay, now I see you. All right, so we have our registrars, Miss Avey and Miss Fox with us this evening. Welcome, ladies. I know that at our last council meeting, you brought forward a proposal that showed a reduction in polling sites from 7 to 3. You have received plenty of input, I understand, so I'm going to just turn it over to you to go ahead and let us know what you've heard and what you'd like to propose for changes.
Thank you, Mayor Del Buono. Good evening. First off, Marie and I would like to thank the public who reached out to us directly, not only with their concerns about our proposal, but with ideas. They were greatly appreciated. We also heard from many other members of the public, thanks to Mayor Del Buono, Deputy Mayor Bedranko, Councilman Mankey, Councilman Nagel, and Councilman Donahue, who forwarded your concerns and suggestions to us, as well as voiced their own concerns. We have looked at many options since our first presentation. Since the reapportionment committee moved 919 voters from District 5 and 830 voters to District 1, from District 1 to the 20th Assembly District. We propose that the current District 8, which consists of 1,619 voters, and the rest of current District 5, which is 1,790 voters, become its own district, which would vote at John Patterson. And with this proposal, the voter count would be at 3,409 voters. The current District 6, which is 2,671 voters, which will also encompass the 830 from District 1 and the 919 from District 5, becoming District 6, which would vote at John Wallace and be part of the 20th Assembly District. Current District 2, which has 4,602 voters, we have adjusted, District 1 and District 2 to have Robbins Avenue as its dividing line, would reduce District 2 to a proposed 4,142 voters. Current District 1, which is Town Hall, has 3,223 voters. With the reapportionment and the realignment of District 1 and District 2 to have Robbins as its dividing line, we propose that District 1 would have 2,851 voters. District 3, Anna Reynolds, which is now in the 20th Assembly District, would stay the same with 2,050 voters. District 4, E. Green, would also stay the same with 2,439 voters. And District 7, Martin Kellogg, would stay the same with 2,428 voters. Another proposal would be combining District 4, E. Green, and District 7, Martin Kellogg, to propose that district as the new District 4 with 4,867 voters. And they would vote at the high school to help alleviate the parking issues at current District 4 and District 8. Once again, we will notify all voters with the changes of their voting location by mail, which is required by state statute. Marie? Do you have anything to add, Marie?
District 4 and District 7, not 8.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry. District 4. and
It's hard to
District
read on these
7.
little maps. We'll go to the proposal to the high school to alleviate any parking issues 4 and 7 have been having in the past years.
Thank you.
And I think we've covered all the questions we've received and all the calls we've received from the public to keep them happy. That's what we're here for, the voters, not to suppress any votes, only to make it easier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. I know that you've put a lot of work in this week with all of the correspondence you've received, not just from counselors, but as well from the public. So I know I've had a few conversations with you. I was able to stop in one day even, which doesn't often happen because I'm usually at work. And I got to see you guys in action with the number of maps you had open and the different scenarios you were working out. So I greatly appreciate the attention you gave to this, and I know the hours that you put into this, well above what you typically would do. But so I just wanted to recap. So there is one proposal on the table that essentially keeps the districts the same, except for changing them due to the reapportionment. That was the first piece of what you said, but you're redistricting a few slightly to make it fit the reapportionment of the 20th and 27th state assembly districts. The other proposal is basically that same, but changing 4 and 7 to combine into one District 4 and taking the voters that go to E. Green and Martin Kellogg and moving all of those to the high school to vote to alleviate parking. So I just want to make sure that's correct.
Right.
Correct. And the new proposed District 5, which consists of part of current 5 and current 8, would have to vote in another district, but there is nothing in their area that is town-owned or Board of Ed owned that we could use. So that's why we chose John Patterson.
Yeah, I looked at that too, that little L boot shape at the bottom. There's really no town-owned buildings down there that could be used. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. I'll open it up to council comment. I apologize, folks. I see some hands up. Councilor Menke.
Yeah, just a couple of quick questions. And one, I would also thank you for listening to my suggestions. I also was able to come down and visit with you and saw the big maps, and it looked like we were planning D-Day there for a minute. Because of the state reapportionment and our representation district representatives of the 20th and 27th, it's true, correct me if I'm wrong, that some voters will have to change where they vote because they're not in the 27th, they're in the 20th, or not, whatever, they're in a different district. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So some of us are going to have to change where we normally vote, no matter what.
Correct.
Right.
And looking at your plan here, I certainly like more districts than 3. I think 3 was too few and wasn't going to work for anybody. And that's fairly obvious. Would it be possible to get a spreadsheet of the 2 proposals and what the polling places would be and how many would be? I see when you hover over it, it shows me that, but by the time I can compare it, it moved to something else. So would it be possible for the council and the public to get a breakdown of your proposals, the A and B proposal, whatever we want to call them, and how many people would vote at each place?
Yes, we can do that.
And one of the
we could
questions.
We could also, I could have IT put it up on our website,
Yeah.
registrar of voters website.
Because I think from what I can tell, it looks like this divides the town pretty evenly geographically. It's just the numbers of people. I don't know that. And just correct some corrections. I did, like everybody, received a lot of letters, and most people were objecting to going from 8 polling places to 3 polling places. But am I correct that there are only 7 polling places in town? 1 polling place is, I think it's John Wallace, has 2 different districts in it. So it's really 1 polling place, but 2 different districts. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So it's really 7 districts.
Yes, and it would be 7 districts and 7 polling places.
Currently, we have 7 districts, right? 7. Currently, we have 8 districts and 7 polling places.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank both of you folks at the registrar's office for your hard work and for your response to feedback from council and feedback from the public. I know there's been a lot of it, and you folks have been put in a tough position in the line of fire. So I just want to thank you for this tonight. And I do look forward, as Councilor Menke said, to something I can look at. I've been taking notes quickly as you spoke, and I just want to confirm everything you said with a visual. So that's a great idea. And I could definitely support a change to the extent that it is responding to the state reapportionment or realignment and maintaining our current polling station. So thank you again. That's all I wanted to say, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Rada?
Yes, thank you. And first of all, again, excuse me, echoing what others have said, thank you to both the registrars for all of this hard work. Excuse me, I know it's probably taken you hours and hours and hours and days to pull all this together, as well as listening to comments from counselors, from residents, and trying to give us as much information and as much explanation as possible. One of my questions was what had been asked before in terms of, I think, plan number 1, that we would be maintaining 7 polling places, 7 districts, 7 polling locations, and the shift would be for those voters who are now moving from because we're moving from 3 to 2 state rep districts, they would be shifting.
It's too small.
But another question I had, was there a second plan as well that you were talking about, which would include the high school? Could you just go over that again, because I wasn't really clear? And are we going to be looking at 2 proposed options or just 1?
Well, it would be the second proposal would have everything for district 1, 2, 3, 6, 5, and then districts 4 and 7 of E. Green and Martin Kellogg. We would propose combining those 2, and they would vote at the high school.
Okay, so the second proposal would would bring us down to 5. Am I correct?
6 districts.
6 districts. Okay, and if you could put this together in a visual, that would be really helpful. I would appreciate that. And again, thank you for all of your work and for your explanation tonight.
Yes.
Counselor Mankey?
Yeah, just a couple quick, I hate to belabor the point, but just looking at this quick map, is it true that the 20th district has part of West Hartford in it, or part of New Britain?
Part of West Hartford.
And how many voters are there?
In West Hartford?
Yeah.
They did not have a specific number, and they were, it's been very busy for both us in this office and the registrars in West Hartford, that we just have never linked up to get an exact number.
And the 27, okay, good.
The 20th district would have roughly 6,500 voters.
Newington people, okay, and then
Newington.
27th would have the remainder, but it also has
Yeah.
people from New Britain?
Yes, the lowest part, Kelsey Street, it goes into New Britain, and to be honest, I don't have those numbers.
So I guess it just strikes me that the legislature, or our legislatures, I guess, are approving this, however they do this, but Newington doesn't have a representative strictly for Newington any longer. Is that correct?
Correct.
I mean, the 27th used to be only a part of Newington, but at least was just strictly for Newington.
Right, and now it's going to be part of New Britain.
And I would just also point out for the public edification that before we go with any plan, whether plan A, B, C, or stay where we are, there will be a public hearing where everybody gets a chance to weigh in, and I'm sure they'll be making suggestions between here and our next meeting. That's correct, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
To Mr. Mankey's point, just for the public's sake, just to speak a little more about that. It is necessary, because this is an ordinance change, to have a public hearing on the topic. When this was brought to the agenda last time, 2 weeks ago, the thought process was that we would be looking to schedule a public hearing tonight for the next meeting. I know for myself and for our caucus, we had talked about this and do not wish to move forward with a public hearing at this point, because we wanted to make sure we had a final proposal. that the public could view and have access to and have a say in prior to moving it to a public hearing. And we felt that tonight would be too early for that, based on the fact that we wanted to have the chance to deliberate and make some adjustments if needed. So I know my caucus won't be bringing that forward. The other caucus is welcome to if they choose to, but I can only speak for mine. But that is not the intent tonight to do any vote on this at all, just for information purposes, to make sure that we're meeting everyone's needs. Is there any other council comment on this item? Councilor Rada.
Yeah, just clarification again, Mayor. Will the public forum or the public hearing not take place on the 8th? It would be moved forward another 2 weeks, or are we still discussing that?
Setting a public hearing would require action by us. So if we don't take action this evening, we won't have one scheduled. I would anticipate, but I can never say this for sure. It depends on this council. I would anticipate that if we have a plan in writing or 2 plans from the registrars, that at our next meeting as a council, we would come to an agreement and move forward with one of those 2 proposals, hopefully. If we agree on that, we would set the public hearing at our next council meeting for the following. So the 2nd February meeting of the town council, which I don't have my calendar open, but
The 22nd, Mayor.
What is it?
The 22nd.
Thank you, the 22nd. So we'd be looking to have the public hearing at the 22nd. And there is a bit of urgency to that. There are timelines that need to be met in order to notify voters that are affected by the reapportionment piece of this. Am I correct in saying that? Either James or the registrars?
Yes.
So by the end of March, the voters that are affected have to be notified if they're affected by the reapportionment. So we want to make sure and have that public hearing, if at all possible, by the 2nd meeting in February in order to meet that timeline and make sure that our voters have enough notice based on what the state requires.
Thank you for the clarification.
My pleasure. Councilor Mankey?
I just want to reiterate that when we do set a public hearing, the council does that. It's not, and we wouldn't do that until later in February.
Right. Thank you. Councilor Donahue?
Yeah, Teresa Marie, just for clarification, proposal B, where we would move 4 and 7 into the high school, we would increase the number of tabulators, voting machines, whatever they're called now, at the high school to accommodate that increase in voter influx and, more poll. We would have probably the same amount of poll workers, except they wouldn't be divided across 2 buildings.
Correct. We would add a tabulator if need be, and we would also add more check-in lines depending on the streets.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just, Deputy Mayor Bedrejka, would you mind if I tag team on that question really quickly?
Yeah.
Thank you. Teresa and Marie, in terms of the high school, if that was considered, which that was actually brought forward to me as a consideration by a member of the public who thought that was a good option instead of town hall. Instead of town hall was the reason that person brought it forward to me originally, which I know that's not why we're doing it now. It's really to alleviate some of the parking issues at 4 and 7 at E. Green and Martin Kellogg. So parking wise, has the superintendent, first of all, indicated that it's okay to use the high school, because I want to make sure of that. And in terms of parking, there is parking close to the building in the back for staff. And then there's also a student parking lot. If there's professional development in the building, did the superintendent indicate she could have staff park further away from the building and have the close-up parking for voters? I'm wondering if that was communicated or not.
Yes, we did email Dr. Brummett, and she did say we could use the high school, and that if professional development did take place, they would park in the student parking lot, and we would have the parking lot closest to the gym and cafeteria to use for voting. And we would also ask our poll workers to park in the student lot to alleviate them allowing more spots for our voters. And they do that at all polling locations now. They park the furthest away, or they get dropped off, or they carpool. So giving more spaces to the voters themselves.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bedrejko, for yielding. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I just want to get the numbers right in my mind. In the proposal in proposal number 1, where we're just worried about the realignment for the state representative districts, how many voters will actually have to change their polling place?
It's a good question. Teresa, you're on mute. I don't know if you answered the question or not. I'm sorry.
Right, no problem, thank you. There would be 830 from District 1 and 919 from District 5 that would then have to vote at District 6, which would be John Wallace. Then we also flip-flopped 2 neighborhoods in Districts 1 and 2, and that was, I believe, roughly 400 people would change. If they currently voted in 2, they would vote in 1 and vice versa. It was 2 neighborhoods. The Northwoods.
Okay, so there's approximately like 2,100 voters impacted by proposal 1, going to a different location, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Okay, now for the second proposal, I just want to get this straight. It's hard without, I need to be a visual person and circle and write. In addition to this change, the second proposal is like basically consolidating 2 districts into 1. So that would, and everybody would be going to a new location, which would be the high school. How many voters is that?
4,867.
Okay.
And then we would also have to notify District 3 and District 6, the new proposed District 6, of the change of their assembly districts.
Okay.
And
Okay.
District 5 and 8 of the change of their assembly districts also, because 5 was 24 and 8 was 29, I believe. So we'd have to change them. So it is more numbers.
I'm lost. I'm sorry, I'm lost.
Can you repeat that last part, Teresa? I got lost in that too.
Part of District 5 is being put into the 27th Assembly District and the 20th Assembly District. Currently, they are in the 24th Assembly District. So we'd have to notify them that their Assembly District has changed, and the same with the current District 8 Assembly District has changed from the 29th to the 27th.
Okay, but these people they'd still be voting at the same location?
No, they would be voting at John Patterson because they would become District 5.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Yes, it's paper.
Okay, hopefully when you get the graphics out, I won't be as dense, sorry.
No,
Thank you.
I get it too, because it took me a while. So I'm a visual. I had to write everything down 14,000 times, so I get it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Page?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say one more comment about this, which is if there is a plan to alleviate parking issues at E Green and Martin Kellogg, just anecdotally, I've been voting at E Green since 1991, and I've always gotten a parking spot. But I'd like any change to be data driven. by the actual people being affected. So we can easily do a survey monkey of those two districts and say, hey, folks, are you sick of any alleged parking problems? And if so, would you like to vote in another place? Then let's do it. Because if we're going to disrupt the voting of 4,000 people, they should be the ones driving this, not us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor Page. Counselor Nagel.
Thank you. Thank you once again, both of the registrar of voters, for all the hard work you've done and the changes you've made to try to make things clearer, even though I know they're still complicated. I'm a visual person as well. To piggyback off of what Counselor Page was just alluding to, how much more parking is there if the districts go to the high school as opposed to where they are in the first plan? In other words, does it open up tons more parking, or is it like an equivalent, or do you have any idea in terms of numbers of parking spaces?
I know Martin Kellogg has roughly 60 spots, I believe. And that's also being used by the professional development. The teachers also park there. And I know at, that was at Martin Kellogg, and at E Green, there's probably 10 spots that are marked. And then behind it, part of the asphalt people park there, which could be another 20, 25 spots, but they aren't marked as spots. People just kind of take them over.
And in the high school, how much would that be broadened in terms of spaces? Do you have any idea?
There's probably at least 75 to 80. We did not have a chance to get over there to count because we are doing these numbers, but that's something we can go count them and put that into the information.
Okay, I'd be interested in that as well, and would need to see more details of other, and obviously more input of those people up in the E Green area, seeing that as being a more viable thing for them, given how many more parking spaces there may be if indeed they need to move somewhere else. So thank you once again, and I know this conversation is going to continue, so I'll just stop now.
Please.
Counselor Mankey?
Yeah, just looking at, again, I don't mean to belabor this, but looking at the map, I see we are kind of limited in the southern section of town by what public buildings we have in that section of town. We really need to vote in some place that's a public building. So I guess I understand why one district would have to go into John Patterson to vote, because there's no other spot. And just to comment on Councilor Page's comment about parking at E Green. I've been campaigning a lot of times and standing at E Green because it's my district. But the parking there is frankly atrocious. There's only maybe 10 spots, 20 spots, but the cars park. So when they both back up, if they both back up at the same time, they're actually backing up into each other. And I've commented to a number of other people who I've been standing there with my little sign that we're just waiting for an accident to happen. The other problem with E Green is, and I'm not advocating losing E Green as a voting place. I voted there since I was 18, so it's near and dear to me. But GPS sends people to the beginning, to the E Green, which is on Thomas Street. And there is no way to get to E Green in the back where we vote. And so many people walk around because they just get frustrated, park, and then walk around to the back because they don't know necessarily how to get to E Green to the back. So I think however we decide to make these polling places, parking should be a major issue. And I'd like to see on that chart you can maybe send us is what the parking spaces are for all the polling, for plan 1, plan 2, plan A, plan B, whatever we're calling it. I think that's a major consideration is parking.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Any other council comment? All right, seeing none, just one more time, ladies, I want to thank you for the efforts you put in. I'm sure some of our town staff helped as well. So thanks to whoever had a hand in all of the work that happened this week regarding this proposal. I know that the public came out in full force to let us know how they felt about it. And I'm wanted to say that, one, I'm grateful that the public did come forward. I just am a little upset that, not upset, I'm dismayed by the way this process took place, in that the council didn't even have a chance to kind of deliberate and make suggestions prior to our state representative and state senator having a press conference on a first blush proposal and causing people to get very upset and anxious. And I think it was concerning to me that anxiety was thrown out there at our community when it didn't need to be. There's a process in place for a reason. It was a first proposal. It was meant for us to have a chance to deliberate and come forward with a final plan. And at that point, I absolutely would have endorsed a press conference to get people involved, get people out, let them know what the plan is before it goes to public hearing, and make sure we have community input. That is always what we want at this table. As councilors, we're elected to represent everyone in Newington. And so that is always our hope, that we get lots of participation on issues. And this certainly brought out a lot of participation. So I hope you understand now that you've seen this second proposal with some changes to it, why the process is in place. And so now we will have a public hearing eventually, but there's still another step for the council to look at this and accept input from the public. So there's lots of steps to this process. And so I'm just upset a little bit by the way this transpired after a first blush proposal. Instead of dealing with it at the council table where it needed to be dealt with from the public coming forward to the council and letting us know. But at least having an opportunity to do that before a press conference, and a lot of divisiveness that didn't need to happen. This council is united in trying to meet the needs of the voter. And I do believe that that both parties want that, and everyone at this table wants what's best. And whether we agree on exactly what that is or not, I have no doubt that everyone at this table wants that. And so I'm looking forward to next week, seeing the final presentation on the changes that were recommended and asked for by the council members as well as the public, and looking forward to being able to put it up to public hearing to get even more public involved in the process if they feel they need to be. We will now, if I don't see any other council hands up, so we will move on to the next item, which is public participation. Any member of the public may participate. If you're in the Zoom application, you can raise your hand in the participants window. And if you are calling in, it is *9 that would raise your hand so that we know you want an opportunity to be recognized. And we will, let me just click over to my other attendees window. All right. The first member of the public with their hand up is, the caller ID says Bob Tallard. If you would unmute and state your name and address for the record. Oh, one more thing, Mr. Tallard, before you begin, I just wanted to mention that we did receive a lot of letters asking to be attached, to be read into the record. We don't read letters into the record. We do attach them to the minutes for everyone to be able to see them. So the letters that we received that requested that will be attached to the minutes of this meeting for public, so the public would be able to review those, and the councilors have seen them. And then if anyone did write a letter in, we would ask that you, typically we only have people participate once in each public participation. So if you wrote a letter in, that would count as public participation. If you would rather not have your letter attached and choose to speak, that's fine too. But we usually try to keep it to one for each public participation. All right, Mr. Tallard, go right ahead.
So I have 2 minutes?
You have 4 minutes by council rules.
I have 4 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you tell me, Beth, what the 15th Amendment to the Constitution is?
We are governed by Robert's rules, so we do not converse with the public during public participation.
So you don't know what the 15th Amendment to the Constitution is? That's the only question I asked you so far. You don't know what it is? You don't know what that is?
Who is that?
Bob Tallard.
We follow Robert's rules of procedure. We do not engage in a conversation. You are able to have 4 minutes to address the council, Mr. Tallard.
I guess you don't know what the 15th Amendment is. It was signed February 3rd, 1870, and it includes about violating my constitutional right to vote. And by going from 8 districts down to 3, you're in violation of the people in the town of Newington, their right to vote. There'll be traffic jams, there'll be problems, people will be confused as to where to go. There'll be lines. I'm 70 years old. I can't stand outside long. You're discriminating against the elderly. And I think this is all just a bunch of propaganda. that you're trying to pull here. I don't even know what this is for. What is the main reason you're going from 8 to 3 to begin with? I got the newspaper right in front of me. There's no explanation to why you're doing this. You're trying to save money. What are you doing, Beth? Hello?
As I said, we do not engage in conversation during public participation. If you are done with your comments, we can move to the next person.
No, I'm not. You didn't answer any of my questions.
You have up to 4 minutes, Mr. Tallard. Continue, please.
Well, I think this is wrong, and I think this when I'm looking at you guys, I see Donald Trump in the background when I'm looking at this whole situation. In reading the article compared to West Hartford, they had all kinds of traffic problems. People didn't know where to go to vote. This causes a lot of confusion. And I'm sorry you don't know anything about the Constitution, but this is going to cause a lot of problems. I'm 70 years old. You're going to make me stand outside in the cold. The normal temperature in November in the state of Connecticut is 51 for the high and 34 for the low. So at best, let's say 40 degrees, 45 degrees, you're going to be stand outside in the cold, wait and plus I have a handicap sticker. Is that going to benefit me? Got a lot of people in the town can have handicap stickers. So that means that I'm probably going to have to park far away and walk. And then I have to wait in line. And it's too bad there's 6 Republicans on there. You must be all extreme conservatives and Trumpsters, to say the least. I'm a registered independent and I'm a conservative. And I think this is absolutely ridiculous, going from 8 to 3. You guys are watching too much Fox News, you know. You must be fans of Sean Hannity. And it's too bad that you guys are trying to control the vote. And that's what you're trying to do here, and diminish the vote so less people come out and vote. And how many people do you think are going to come out and vote if they don't know where they're going? You can find only get so many people to find for rides, and you're going to need more people looking for rides. And it's dark in November. We're on standard time, so it's going to be dark. People don't want to go out, let alone make it harder to find a place and to possibly wait in a line. So I think this is confusion, and this is what you're doing. Confusion, you're trying to frustrate people and make it harder to vote. And that's it. You're just making it harder to vote. And I resent that as a taxpayer of this town for 70 years. And Beth, you know nothing. You absolutely know nothing about the town or respect anybody in the town to even propose this. This is disgraceful. And I think you should resign effective immediately. I do plan to talk about this on my next TV show, A Coalition for the Constitution, because I deal with local issues as well as national and international issues. But this is way over the top for the town of Newington. You're trying to control the vote. And it's disgraceful. But you should resign. And I do demand that you resign right now. Disgraceful. I'm done.
All right. Our next caller is Kathy Flaherty. Miss Flaherty, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Kathy Flaherty, 139 Cedar Ridge Road. I just want to thank the members of the town council who responded to my email, and also to the registrars who clearly have put work into this revised proposal. I'm asking to have my public statement tonight go on the record rather than the letter I sent, because that letter was responding to the earlier proposal, which it now is clear that nobody is moving forward with. I'm very glad to hear that there was a recognition that going from 8 polling places to 3 would not serve the needs of Newington's voters. I am too one of those people who votes at Elizabeth Green School.
Okay.
I usually walk because I live on Cedar Ridge Road, so I don't have to drive. Often when my husband goes, for whatever reason, if he doesn't feel like walking, we drive later in the day for him to go vote. But we've never had a problem parking either. That may be because of the times of day that we go. But one concern that I really do have, if we did go, if the council were to go forward with that second proposal of reducing to 6 and having to vote at the high school, we'd have to drive, which means we'd have to park. And we don't have to do that now. And I think there are a lot of people who vote at E Green
who do have the capacity to walk to the polling place and not have to drive a car and go into the high school would have to do that. So I would just ask you to consider that. Clearly, there was realignment of the districts. Some people would have to change. I'm not one of those people who, is against all change. I think sometimes change is very much needed. But I do appreciate the fact that people are thoughtfully looking at this and realizing that perhaps that first proposal wasn't ideal. But I have to tell you, as a person who's very engaged with stuff going on in town and in the state, it was not clear to me in any way whatsoever that this was just the first draft of a proposal at all. So I just think that may be the reason that our state elected officials took the stand they did right away. And I was one of those people who was at the press conference, even though I didn't speak. So thank you to the registrars for taking the time to come up with this new proposal. And I certainly would appreciate, I think either one could work, but I'd appreciate the one where I still get to vote at the school at the end of my street. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flaherty. The next member of the public is Walt Saplinsky.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Walt Saplinsky, 35 Whiteside Street, and I have a thank you, a clarification question, and one concern. I'd like to thank the wisdom for all those who are involved in modifying the original proposal. And just like the previous speaker, I too thought that what we had originally heard was a proposal that the council was going to consider. So I thank you for listening to concerns and making revisions. That was very wise. My second one is a clarification. Do I understand that these modifications will be presented at the next council meeting? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then there will be a public hearing after that?
As I mentioned earlier, I'm not really supposed to respond during public participation, but I can take
Yeah.
note of your questions and we will respond under remarks by counselors after public.
Okay, well, they're just clarification, so. And I think you've already mentioned that the council will put this on their agenda for the February 22nd meeting. So I just wanted to make sure I had the sequence in order, that's all. Thank you. And finally, I do have one concern, and it's a concern that's not just for tonight, but for other situations in which I am involved. And that is, how will non-internet connected people be getting information about these revised proposals? It's easy, and I heard that this will be placed on a town website where I know I can look at it, but I have a great deal of concern, and I know the difficulties for people who are not internet connected getting information. So is there someplace else that this might be published in some kind of a local publication or in some other mailing or something else? If not, anyway, I would recommend that concern be addressed in terms of disseminating information to the public. The more the public knows, the less mystery there is, the less confusion, the fewer problems. So I thank you very much for hearing my thank you, clarification, and comment.
Thank you, Mr. Saplinsky.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Representative Gary Turco.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Okay. Hi, I'm Gary Turco, State Representative for the 27th District, 98 Williamstown Court. Hello, Mayor, Council, and staff, registrars. It's good to be with you tonight. So I just want to start out by saying that the press conference and the very passionate concern regarding the original proposal was not meant to be divisive, or put a wedge between fellow neighbors, or from this council and our state elected officials. What it was speaking out passionately to support what I believe is in the best interest of our town and our town's residents. It was for standing up for voting rights, standing up for our democracy, which is such a sacred thing. So I do believe when you see a proposal that would hurt our democratic process, that would reduce access to voting, it's not something that a state legislator or a state senator or any elected official should sit on their hands and hope it goes away. It's something that I believe is my duty, and the people of Newington elect me to make sure that I speak up, and I speak up loudly when I see injustice. Now, I know that Marie Fox, for instance, our Democratic Register of Voters, has said to me that the intent was never to suppress voters. And I believe Marie when she says this. And it's not that I don't believe anyone else if they say this, but I know Marie personally for many years. But as I've stated, the consequence would be reducing access and making voting more difficult for every single Newington resident. So I had to stand up against that. And I'll tell you, I'm glad that I did. I'm glad that the press around the state focused its attention on this issue. And I'm glad hundreds of residents emailed and spoke up. And I'm glad thousands more were ready to speak up even further if needed. Because my fear was if we didn't all speak up in a united voice against the original proposal, it would shortly become a new policy here in Newington. And the consequences, like I said, would be voter suppression. So I thank everybody that spoke up. So now that there is at least a revised proposal, that's a better proposal that now we can discuss and see how we make it the best proposal. Of the two proposals, I would say my recommendation from speaking to the Newington of residents and understanding our voting districts is that we do as little possible disruption to our voters as possible. And that would be the first proposal, which remains our 7 polling places around town. I think that's the better proposal. It is true that we don't need 8 districts anymore because we'll have 2 state representatives instead of 3, but all 7 polling places, I think, are still needed. And in the proposal that was presented tonight, I heard the Republican Register of Voters, Teresa Avery, mention about 1,600 voters, 1,700 voters that would need to switch polling places because of the state's realignment of districts. And that is correct. There are some voters in District 1 who now vote at the town hall who would have to vote somewhere else. And there are some voters who vote at John Wallace in the 5th district would have to vote somewhere else. But those are the only voters that have to move their current polling place. There was an additional recommendation of some voters in District 2 and somewhere else, potentially voting somewhere else. I'd have to look at that a little further on why that change is needed. But if it is not necessary, so perhaps maybe that could come off the table as well. I just like to see as little disruption to the Newington voters as possible, as much consistency as possible. And I thank the Registrar of Voters and all the staff who worked on a revised policy. I thank this council and our mayor for being willing to listen and consider a new revised policy. And I know this won't be the last time that we may disagree on something and passionately express our views, but I know we just all want what's best for the town. And in the end, I always hope that we'll be able to find common ground to work together, support our residents, and promote our democracy. So thank you, everyone, for your time tonight, and I'll be listening to further comments.
Next speaker is listed as Led Baxter. Welcome. Are you there? You're still muted.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Yeah, I'm kind of confused about all this. I'm thinking that as you put more and more information out into the public, you need to say why you're doing this. I'm sure there's big government reasons or something I don't understand, but given the what's the word, the groundedness of our right to vote, it seems to me that you all would be wanting to make it easier, that would be far more important than making it harder. And it does, I mean, we vote at Martin Kellogg. We've never had any trouble there. And I love to vote because it's easy. So, you know, I think you really need to be clear about why you're doing this and somehow let the public know and understand. And I also, in the meeting last night, just with the Democratic committee, I guess, I had read in the paper that two purposes in this were because there weren't enough staff to fill all the different polling places, number one. And number two, there was an intent to save money. And as I recall, the figure was $38,000. And so I made the statement that I couldn't understand why with $120+ million in the Newington budget, we're
140.
whatever, that we're trying to save $38,000 on the backs of voters. And then somebody said that was irrelevant. So I'm thinking, oh, maybe there's some other way that this whole election process is funded. So I would really like to know about that. And then thirdly, two other points. That Gail Budraka, I think, was really asking one of the most important questions about exactly how many people have to move. I would like to see a total. I mean, 400 for District 1 and 2, that sounds like a small number, maybe on paper. That's 400 people. Somebody's got to be responsible for knocking on doors and making sure they know where to go. So there's person-to-person contact if you really want to keep up the voting in this town. And then finally, I think it'd be really important, and the public could understand this, if this information was data-driven. If there was some kind of research that wasn't just observational by one or two people. So, you know, I'd like to see something in the newspapers about all these facts and why it's important.
Mhm.
So.
This is Led Baxter. I'm here with Nancy. It's that name because it's my computer. But anyway, my comment is very quick, and it's kind of supporting those who have already spoken about basically, I guess, voting no on this proposal, or on the idea of changing from 7 or 8 to 3 polling places. I think the effect will be to suppress voter turnout. You know, there have been a number of reasons mentioned for that. I won't reiterate all that, but it concerns me. I guess the thing I would add is I hope it's not in reaction to the larger picture of what's happening in the country, with some states actively suppressing voter turnout. I would hate to think that we're doing that in Connecticut, and certainly not in Newington, but that's what it feels like if we're going to limit polling places. We protect our right to vote and our place to vote. You know, okay, I guess that's enough.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
With all respect to the work that's gone into this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The next one with their hand up is Gia Pasquarelli.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi. Good evening. Gia Pasquarelli, 62 Wells Drive North. I want to first of all thank everybody for thinking about efficiency and change, and updating the way we do things, because things don't always have to remain the same. But at the same time, I do think that this is a little bit of a scary notion to reduce the number of polling places. At the very moment, we are not in a position where we have early voting or we have no excuse absentee ballot opportunities. We do, many of us work and have complicated schedules. So, we can't just say that we're, out of town and potentially perjure ourselves just because it'd be easier to drop an absentee ballot. So we know that during COVID, we've had an opportunity to do, those absentee ballots or, whatever. But I think right now, until we in Connecticut or in Newington, however this is decided, what level it's decided on, until that's an opportunity, I would really prefer not to have any change in voting places and voting opportunity. Also, I am in one of the districts right now. I vote at Kellogg, and it's great to go to Kellogg. It's off the beaten path. There isn't a lot of traffic. I would have to then maybe go to the high school. Sure, plenty of parking. That sounds great, except that I don't know how many of you, even on a day when people are off work, although actually this is America and we don't get to have the day off on election day. So, Willard Avenue heading, into Cedar Street is a bit of a nightmare when it comes to traffic. So I'm not sure how I feel about having that opportunity and having to vote there. It doesn't sound like it's going to be better for me. There's a statistic I would like to cite here in terms of average number of people per polling district in the state of Connecticut. Somebody mentioned earlier today, and thanks for bringing together the numbers, the registrars, please keep the information coming because that's very important to us. But that was the number for the combined districts, which I'm in one of them, would be about 4,000 voters. But the average number of voters per district in Connecticut is 2,700 voters. So that seems like a burden on us. And again, to speak to a comment that one of the previous commenters made, it hasn't really been elaborated for us what the rationale is here. Is it financial? Is it convenient? Is it not? I mean, listen, I'll volunteer. Let's get more volunteers to help at voting at polling places if that's what we need. But we really should not be doing anything to suppress voters or cause confusion so that people don't vote. Lastly, I want to thank Gary Turco and other people who have spoken. If it wasn't for these people, I wouldn't have known that this proposal was in the works. I'm sorry, Mayor. I'm sorry that it seems that it was some sort of affront to the council and you that this was talked about. But thank goodness this was talked about because it sounds like this might have slipped through the cracks if we didn't get our, if we didn't have Gary Turco and other people bringing this to our attention sooner. So I would just urge as little change as possible. We don't need fewer voting places. We need more convenient voting if possible. And if that's not possible, if we can't have early voting or no excuse absentee ballots, just leave everything the way it is. Thanks everyone and have a great night.
Thank you. Next is Eric Feldblum.
Hi, this is actually Phil Knowlton, 44 Cinnamon Road. I apologize. It came up as Eric because it's our Zoom
That's okay.
thingamajigger, and I can't seem to change it. So my apologies. So my name is Phil Knowlton. I live at 44 Cinnamon Road, and I appreciate your time. I actually, for the first time, wrote some notes down because it's pretty important to me. So if some of it's rambling, I apologize. Thank you, counselors, for your time. And I also want to take a moment to thank Representative Turco and also Senator Lesser for bringing this to our attention. Sometimes with, it seems like you turn on the TV news and there's NBC, CBS, and ABC and Fox. They all have pretty much the same thing, same news at the same time at 6 o'clock. So I do appreciate it when anybody can bring local news to us in any form or fashion. So I was doing some research, I was doing some reading, and reading this, and this has to do mainly about voters per station. And currently, my math that I'm working through is assuming 7 stations for our voting public here in Newington. And I have sort of a story I want to share with you. And we've all heard about Atlanta, and we always think about, Fulton County, and you say, well, that's not going to happen in my backyard. But I've got some parallels for you I'd like to kind of share. This in Union City, an Atlanta suburb in Fulton County with 22,000 people, where the people wait 5 hours in the rain, only to be told once they get inside that the machines are closed because the polling stations are closed. But don't worry, you'll get a provisional ballot and you can mail it in. That's what's going on with them right now. And it's a result specifically of closing the polling stations. Back in 2012, they had 2,700 voters per station. And 27 voters per station, very similar to what we currently have in a lot of our stations, like Patterson, like Kellogg, like E. Green. These are the places that I'm hearing tonight. People are saying that they vote and they can walk there and it's fine. Well, that turns out to be the sweet number for voters per station. If you have 2,700 voters per station, voting seems to go smoothly. Fast forward 10 years later in Union City, thanks to the polling closures, they're now up to 3,600 voters per station. They wait in line for 5 hours. Now, those 3,600 voters per station, very similar to what's been proposed tonight, even with the closure of just that one station. When I was looking at the voting stations right now, you've got some stations at over 4,000. And then if you want to add 800 or so voters to the 2,600 that Patterson has, you're going to go up to 3,409. That's right up where Union City is right now. So Patterson, if it was smooth before, it probably won't be smooth when you get another 800 voters. Merging Kellogg and E. Green up to the high school, what I want to know is some of the questions are, and somebody kind of touched on it, is how many machines currently are used at each station, and what's the cost to increase the machines to move them over to the high school? Is it a 1-to-1? Are you guys going to save money on? Are you going to have less machines, more machines? How many people walk now to the polls because they don't have a ride that day? Just the other day, I showed my apartment to multiple prospective tenants, and they were using an Uber to get there. I can't help but think they'd skip voting if they had to use an Uber to get to the high school. Now, how many parking lot spaces are available now versus what's available going forward? That's for Patterson. That's also for the high school. So I talked about Patterson increasing the voters from 2,600 to 3,409, which is very similar to what Union City is having troubles with right now down in Georgia, where they're getting.
Mr. Knowlton, respectfully, I would ask that you start to wrap up just because you are over the 4-minute time limit.
Sorry about that. Merging the high school will certainly lose voters in the next round of elections. Bottom line, if the benchmark for places like Patterson, Kellogg, and E. Green is to have 26 voters per station where it's easy to vote, to move to 3,600 voters per station, which results in long lines, despite the leading questions by the counselors and the positive selling points of your proposal, it does sound and smell like it's voter suppression. So to save just a few $1,000s by even closing one station doesn't make sense to me. We don't have a safety net where we have some of the most restrictive laws in the nation. We can work with that because our polling stations are numerous. Please keep them open and don't approve either option. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knowlton. The next member of the public is Ellen Schiller. Welcome. Ms. Schiller, you're still muted.
Sorry. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Town Council. Please let me remind you that I'm neither a Democrat nor a Republican. I'm a registered unaffiliated voter. And as such, this issue is dividing our town, that is dividing our town, is a horrible misuse of power by all parties involved. The town council has to realize that this is a nonpartisan issue and affects every citizen in this town. The registers of voters, came up with these two options, but they didn't realize, there's several things. There's new apartments going up on that are supposed to be going up on Culver Street, and now in today's in your agenda, you're talking about over several hundred apartments going up on the Berlin Turnpike, and I just feel that wait to redistrict, because there'll be more there. You're going to be having to go back to what we have right now when we when these apartments are built, and will be within a year or two, and that isn't fair to the people of this town. And also, let me remind you, the people that this town, you are elected member. Your membership is in this. Excuse me. Let me remind you that in this town, elected membership is only an unpaid position, which you know. And are you afraid that the voters are the voters, and that is why you want to push through something now instead of waiting until after the dust settles. And the voters of this town have long memories, and you have to remember that they remember this craziness. They will remember this craziness in November, and it has to stop now. Please, don't vote on any of the, don't vote on this proposal. Vote this down and keep things as they are. If you have to just want, the one change, the first proposal, the 7 districts, keep that one if it's necessary. But I really think it is it is not a good idea to go changing things now with the way, especially with the districts, with the possibility of voting, the absentee, the no excuse absentee voted, and the email voting, which may come down from the state soon enough. And got to do something. And we to keep the residents of this town happy, because otherwise you're going to lose. The people are moving into this town, and then they'll leave because they're because of our government. And you don't want that. Nobody wants that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schiller. The next member of the public is Bhupen Patel. Mr. Patel, you're still muted. Mr. Patel, are you there? You're still muted. Mr. Patel, if you're there, you're still muted. All right, I'm going to go to the next speaker. And I'll go back to Mr. Patel if he's still on the line. And after the next speaker, we'll try again. Alicia Sharmat.
Hi, thank you very much. Alicia Sharmat, 56 Francis Avenue. First of all, I do want to thank the registrars and our counselors and the residents for, everybody working together, people speaking up, and for our counselors who listened, our mayor and our registrars. to change the original proposal. I just want to speak up now because it's my understanding the process going forward now is that the counselors are going to talk about the two proposals on the table. I completely agree with that. There should be a little bit more information about parking if that's the justification for combining districts 4 and 7. As some of the other speakers have noted, 4,800 is a lot for one polling place. So I have some concerns about that. But I also hung around because I did some research on this that I wanted to bring forward because our voter registrations, active registrations are actually going up. So I spent some time on the Secretary of State website. I looked at our voter turnout here in Newington, and we really should be proud that our active registrations are increasing, that our voter turnout during state and presidential elections are anywhere between 70 and 85%, which is significantly higher than the national average. Even our local municipal elections are at around between 30 to 35%, which sounds really low, but nationwide, it's less than 20%. So, you know, our numbers are staying up as far as people who live here, who want to vote and exercise their right to vote. We should be really proud of that. And just one more comment about the process. So this on the agenda on the 11th was a proposed amendment. Actually, it didn't even say proposed, it said ordinance amendment. So I think that, you know, for the members of the public who were made aware of this, first of all, how the process is supposed to go, that amendment came to you guys, this is the public hearing, and then there would be a resolution at the next council hearing or the next council meeting. So, you know, I think that our representatives were good in bringing this to the public because this wasn't a draft or a sort of proposal. This was a proposal for an amendment to our ordinances. So, you know, I don't want to belabor this anymore. And I think, you know, some of this divisiveness, it doesn't belong here because things have been righted. But, you know, as part of the process, we feel fortunate today that we saw something very different than the original proposal, which a lot of people found very unacceptable. But this was brought to the council as an ordinance amendment. So, you know, I just wanted to highlight the process here. But I want to thank all of you for all the work you do, and thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Sharmat. Hold on 1 second, folks. I lost my spot. Okay. The next caller, we're going to go back to Bhupen Patel. Mr. Patel, are you there? One more try. Mr. Patel, are you there? You're on mute. Okay, we're going to move on. The next speaker with their hand raised is Mark Zimmerman.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Hi, Mark Zimmerman, 161 Miami Avenue. I want to thank everyone for the time you put in for the meeting, for all those who've spoken out. I did get the impression that this was a proposal that was going forward from 8 districts to 3. And so I guess my big question that's been raised by Councilor Page and by several others is, how was this decision made? What data did you use to have more than a 50% reduction as you say, a draft proposal? How would that make sense to have this dramatic change? I understand that we're moving forward with a different proposal, but it seems to me this was, let's see if we can sneak something in. And I appreciate that Representative Turco and others spoke out immediately to help make the public aware of this attempt to slide something in. I do appreciate the time that's been spent to reconsider this matter and to think about the impact on the voters in town. And I appreciate the fact that it's 7 districts. I don't think I can speak too much to the change in locations. I voted Ruth Chafee, and I've had a great experience. It's been easy. I can walk to that location. So I don't think I can really comment on the change of venue. I do understand the changes were necessitated by the change in the districting and the census count for the state of Connecticut. But I think more transparency is important. And I think that as elected officials, it needs to be clear that there's a process. And the information set forward was you were unaware of what was happening before it was made public. And I find that shocking and disappointing that there was no awareness that this was a draft thing that suddenly came out to the public. And I think we need to be more informed, and something is in a process. It's as dramatic as this. I think transparency.
Mr. Zimmerman, you went to mute. Are you able to unmute again?
Devices. Yeah, so anyway, appreciate your time and attention to this, but I think the registrar of voters needs to look more carefully at data and be clear with us when they have an additional proposal that we can easily see and have public comment on it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Yvonne Parker-Bear.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name is Florence Yvonne Parker-Bear. I reside at 215 Culver Street. And first and foremost, I'd like to recognize the mayor, the council members, and any and all other elected officials who may be on the phone call. First and foremost, I'd just like to say that I agree with Councilor Page. And, you know, we've heard this expressed from other individuals during this public participation. And that is that the proposal should be based upon the experience of the residents who will be impacted by this. I think that it's really important, instead of relying upon supposition and, you know, other opinions, and really base it on the individuals who are going to be most impacted by it. And thus far, and I know this is just a handful of people, including some individuals who are friends and colleagues of mine who live in the areas that will be impacted, but they too have said, I haven't heard one person say, yes, I've been impacted by this because of the parking or whatever else. With that said, I want to reflect upon something that another individual said a few moments ago, which is that, you know, our voting numbers are so great and that, you know, we should be proud of that as Newington residents. And I agree with her. I think what that also says is that we should look at that and say that if the numbers are so great and people are getting out, then these individuals must be voting without incident. So in other words, the current voting situation can't be that bad if the numbers are as great as they are. So I just wanted to comment on that. Again, we need to, you know, use real data. Instead of, again, supposition and what we believe, especially when it comes to something that is as important as our constitutional right to vote. And so with that said, I'm just going to say, Mr. Tallard made some, you know, he was very passionate. That's the word I want to use. And I think he was so passionate because this is a really important topic. And that is our constitutional right to vote. So I think that I want to thank Representative Turco. I also want to represent Senator Lesser, because without them bringing this forward, and again, I don't want to, you know, beat a dead horse and say what's already been said, but I think that this is such an important topic that you have individuals like Mr. Tallard who is so passionate about it because, again, it's important. You know, your constitutional right to vote, clearly in Newington, based upon our numbers, we take that seriously. And I say we as a resident of this community. With that said, I also want to make the point that, you know, in terms of future matters, when there's a proposal that we're putting forth, generally when someone is proposing to amend or change, you know, a statutory provision or, you know, the law or what have you, you provide reasons for doing so. And I think in this instance, that did not happen. And that's why individuals are at this meeting saying what they're saying. So with that said, I'd like to make a point, and that is that maybe what can happen with this is that there can be lessons learned for all of us. I'm going to include everyone in this and not just the elected officials involved, but there should be lessons learned and takeaways that we can all learn. And that is that maybe what we need to do before proposing something that is this important in terms of, and I'm going to use the word tinkering. I don't mean that word, and I'm not using it disrespectfully. But before we, again, tinker with someone's constitutional right, which is just so god awful important, that we need to establish better lines of communication such that things don't have to happen this way in the future. And by that, I mean, if this proposal was put forth, why, when it was thought of and, being put in place, why weren't lines of communication established with Representative Turco, Senator Lesser, other individuals, the public, because I think you would have had a very different response and outcome. And I don't think, and again, I don't,
You are over the 4-minute time limit. I would just ask that you consider wrapping up, please.
I will wrap up right now. I just want to say I've been in this town now since 1999. We purchased our lot in Newington. And so I've been here for a bit of time. And what I would just say that, I think, what needs to happen is that individuals should be more willing to engage in meaningful discussions with others, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on, whether you are a D or whether you are an R, because I don't think that there was anything malicious in what Representative Turco and Senator Lesser did. But I would say again that we need to establish these lines of communication, and I think we'll operate in a more efficient and effective manner. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. The next caller does not have a name on the caller ID. The last 3 digits are 766. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. This is Nicole Cooney of 97 Howard Street. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to just speak, and I will try to be brief. I just want to say that with voting rights in the national news, and you say you want to reduce polling locations by more than half, it just looks like voter suppression, whether you like it or not. Because voting needs to be easy. If it needs to be accessible, and it needs to be easy. And if it is not easily accessible, it's going to discourage the average working voter over time. And I think that's, I'm not sure if that's an issue anybody has mentioned, but it has been on my mind. That you don't want to discourage people. And as somebody mentioned, that there are an increased number in registration of voters, that people are feeling more encouraged, and let's stay behind it. Does it make sense not to? So I in my experience, I walk to vote. So it is easy for me. And I'm not taking up a parking space. That's the last thing I worry about. That's the last thing you should worry about, parking. It should be a celebration. We should have people lined up down the street to vote and be proud of it. I want to sort of reiterate that the working people have the greatest stake in the voting process, and the working people are those that will be affected by this the most. Please keep us in mind. We are the majority. It's especially family people with kids, managing to get to the polling station. Extremely important. So I guess just last, I want to say that I do appreciate the attention that the state legislators have brought to it, because without that, without them having done so, there would not be as many people engaged in this conversation right now. And that is another thing that we should be proud of, and something I am proud of. And just I'm always looking every time, as silly as it is, every time I'm taking out the garbage, I'm looking at it and I'm saying, Newington, growth and progress. And I'm proud. So let's keep it up. Thank you. Thanks. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Mr. France is next. Oh, Mr. France, I'm sorry, I clicked that button too quickly. Are you able to unmute? There you go. Welcome. Well. Mr. France, you're still on mute.
Your Honor, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor, and fellow and counselors on the Newington Town Council. Just a quick preliminary question. Since I did submit a written letter to your office, Madam Mayor, and to Councilor Page, I believe, am I, by giving public testimony, does that exempt me? Does that exempt my letter to be included in the public record before I go on?
We typically ask people to keep it to one or the other. So it's up to you, whatever you'd like.
I would just ask, just in light of Miss Avey and Miss Fox's, both registrars' comment regarding the two proposals. May I have an exception in not only have my initial letter be included in public account, but also include this verbal, or no?
Go right ahead, Mr. France.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Your Honor, and again, fellow not fellow town councilors, I'd just like to basically comment briefly. I'm looking at the watch right now, try to keep it to 3 minutes, if not less. My walk here in Newington, I've been a Newington resident since 1990. Before that, I grew up in the south end of Hartford. I'm a proud Connecticut native all around. And I do take this very seriously, my constitutional right to be able to vote. And now that I'm getting my feet, so to speak, my proverbial feet, more and more involved in public service here in this town that I so love and care about, I would like to weigh in on what I would encourage people to do is not just to get registered, but to also vote. If you're a registered Republican, vote Republican if you so feel that that candidate reflects your view. I know this sounds rather general, but I like to continue. If you feel that you're a registered Democrat, will vote for that candidate who you feel ultimately reflects your personal view. But I would also add that keep the underdog in mind. And I don't like to use that word underdog. I don't use that word lightly. But remember, of the most vulnerable in Newington, our elderly, our disabled, and those who cannot speak or do for themselves and depend on people to do for them what they, through no fault of their own, can or cannot do for themselves. Now, having stated that, I feel that in light of going from 7 polling districts to 6 polling districts, I think that this is a better, although not, I'd like to hear ultimately what the council does have to say about this. It is a stride to meet in the middle, which I think is great. I think to bring Democrats and Republicans as dogfighting into this, I don't think that that's the better part of Newington. I don't think that's the Newington that I'm proud of. I don't think that's the Newington resident that I personally, as a Democrat, regardless of my political affiliation, I would like to see us be more better people, better citizens, and not get into ad hominem, low blow, mudslinging back and forth. This is, in my personal opinion, inappropriate and not good for anybody. And so, having stated that, please, I would encourage my fellow residents and taxpayers in Newington to please not only vote, but get involved with your Democratic town committee, get involved with your Republican town committee, get involved. Don't just get registered, but vote. And don't just vote, but get involved with your local committee. So I'm trying to be as fair and balanced as possible with my comments here. I do think overall that the registrars, both Ms. Avey and Ms. Fox, have done a tremendous job listening to the public, along with Your Honor, Madam Mayor, and the town councilors. So I would just encourage us to just continue to put a good face on Newington. Stop the mudslinging, please. No ad hominems, no low blows, no character assassination, and let's just be a good Newington, full of growth and progress. Thanks for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. France. Harold and Jan Critman is the next member of the public.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Del Buono and members of the town council. I am Jan Kritzman and I live at 91 Tremont Street, probably for more decades than I can count. I am most grateful to our hardworking representative, Gary Turco, and Senator Matt Lesser for bringing this issue to the attention of Newington voters. And many thanks to the registrars for their gargantuan efforts. You all know that Newington is about to experience a bit of a housing boom. Yes, on the docket here in town are 2 or 3 or more, I'm not sure, apartment complexes that may be going up within a year or two. That means maybe an increase in population of about, I don't know, maybe 800 plus new residents in town. And just maybe, fingers crossed, a lot of them might want to register to vote. I'm very pleased to see tonight's latest proposal that reducing polling places from 7 to 3 is not the current plan anymore. But think in the future, reducing polling places even to 6 still might not work because, let me suggest on the contrary, you all should be preparing for a couple of more voting locations, not fewer. Let there never be long lines, and let there never be crowds, and let there never be difficult parking, and let there never be confusion, and let there never be less than 7 polling places in Newington. As the old saying goes, town councilors, vote early and vote often, and vote no on closing or merging any polling places in Newington. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kritzman. Next is Dana Havens. Ms. Havens, are you there? You're still muted. Ms. Havens, you're still muted. All right, Ms. Havens, we can't hear you, so I'm going to go to the next speaker and we'll come back to you. Next is Ms. Weaver, Jessica Weaver.
And can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I just wanted to keep my comments brief. As an elected official, I know this is one of our favorite parts, so I thank our elected officials for pushing through, and I want to thank everyone on here for participating and making your voice heard. It's one of the best parts of our process is that we are able to voice our opinions on this, and I want to thank everyone for doing so, not only tonight, but in the past week. You know, I think a lot of what we anticipated tonight, we knew that would change. One of the critiques I have is that perhaps we could have had this in advance. Usually schedule goes up more than 24 hours in advance, and I feel like the proposal was already known 24 hours in advance, so that would have been maybe a little helpful for us to evaluate. Given that this was a new proposal, I can hear frustration in the process, and trust me, as someone serving on a Newington board, I know that we're looking for an easier process for all of our residents, but I think that's just something that needs to be considered, is that there's not a lot of time for us to judge as the public and then comment on it. If this proposal was already known, it probably should have been released before, instead of, we couldn't really see it on the screen and we're trying to figure this out. And I'll just add, as a resident for 24 years, and now as an elected official in this town, I take my vote incredibly seriously. So much so that I've now had to take election day off to make sure that, I'm here to not only be a poll stander, but I've talked to so many other young people. So I say this as an elected official, as someone who has lived here forever, and also as a young person. I'm looking to recruit more poll workers. Clearly, this is something that has been an issue. And I think the good that can come of raising this issue is that more people will be willing to volunteer to then get paid as poll workers. I know that that is a distinction here, and that was the thing. But I think it's important that we don't put the onus necessarily on our senior citizens. So I have a bunch of young people I will be submitting during our public hearing that will have undersigned to commit to being poll workers this next election. So that can rest assured not be an issue. I would say as an e-green voter, I understand the concerns, but I've never had an issue with parking. I've also walked there. I've walked since I was in elementary school. I can understand perhaps that, but I think there's another side of e-green in terms of parking as well that we can separate. But I would like to keep my polling place. It's easy, convenient, and I've never had an issue there. And I think to other people's points, we keep talking about making voting easier, but if it's already easy, the only ways to make it easier to have other ways like early voting and no excuse absentee. So I think when we're looking at it, I'm not from the generation that uses this term, but I think it's a valid phrase, is that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I think from that perspective, a lot of the public is asking that. So I think with this change, I think just transparency on how this process worked. And I think more of that was given tonight about why we needed this in terms of the state appropriation changes or state apportionment changes. I would just ask that our registrar of voters, I want to thank both Marie and Teresa for doing all of their hard work. Trust me, I know how many hours go into this, and there's very little thanks and a lot of outrange. But I think it's really important that there was a letter sent by the Deputy Secretary of State, Scott Bates, and there were several questions asked. And I think that's a really good starting point to be able to answer those questions on these two new proposals. Each of those proposals, I think all of those questions should be answered and made available to the public to help better not only answer those questions and give transparency to the public, but be able to show that all of these are data driven, as you said, or anecdotally driven, or how the actual process is decided, the methodology, so to speak. So thank you for your time and appreciate all of those who came out and spoke tonight. It's one of the best parts of our process is getting involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Havens, if you're there.
Okay, did it work this time?
It did. We can hear you. Go right ahead.
Okay. Dana Havens, 113 Stoddard Avenue. Just listening to the public comment, it appears to me that so many people still seem confused as to the process of this. And I think that comes from the press conference, where the words that our town and state officials use, like fired up with anger and putting the blame on one party over the other, is leading and still continuing to cause these problems. But I was happy to hear Mr. Turco tonight say he'd like to work with the registrars, and just wish like his comments back then were more along those lines. That being said, I do think that the first proposal that we heard was just too shocking and too deep of a cut for anyone to feel comfortable with. I mean, it was obviously last meeting that you guys didn't feel comfortable, and it's very obvious through Facebook that we don't either. I've been voting here for over 30 years, and in the past 7 or so years, I've been helping to hold signs at various polling locations, and I've yet, besides at opening time, have seen any lines to speak of. I have seen some parking issues at 2 places, so I can see where that is a concern. But that being said, a slight reduction in polling locations, maybe 1 or 2 would be okay. And I would also implore that the registrars look again into maybe trying to make working the polls a bit easier, since that was one of the reasons for going for these reductions, because asking people to work 16 hours a day is a bit much, especially for most of the people that would be available, which would be school students who have the day off, and seniors. That's a long day. So maybe that would help them out as well. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Havens.
You're welcome.
Next is John Trister.
Hi, good evening. John Trister, 81 Woodland Street. Just want to thank the registrars for coming back tonight and sharing their new proposals. It does sound like they heard the public's concerns, and they're definitely moving on from the initial proposal, which I think was kind of drastic. I also want to thank you, Mayor, for moving up the agenda item so that we could hear from the registrars of voters prior to the public participation. I think that was really good to see where they were at. I think the very best thing for Newington voters is to leave the voting locations the way they are. There's been no good reason brought forward thus far to justify any significant changes at all. If change is necessary by state statute, then I think making as minimal a change as possible is the correct decision. Personally, as a Martin Kellogg voter, I've never had any issues voting there. It's always super easy, and I really like being able to go there. I can walk, so it makes it pretty easy for me. I do have a lot of concerns about the potential move to the high school as well. I think combining District 7 and 4 is probably unnecessary at this time and really not going to benefit any of the voters in those districts. That's really all I have for you. Thank you so much for your time tonight and have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Trister. We're going to try Mr. Patel, Bhupin Patel, if you're there and can unmute.
Yes,
there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
I was watching this all along, and one thing I want to congratulate all of you, i.e. Mayor and a council. You were open to discussing other alternatives. I don't know how it happened, but at the same time, I think I was a staff member and I had my department budget more than twice our Newington's total budget. The point is, if I make those type of missteps, I would have heard from my bosses. I would like you to sit with both of them and explain to them that certain decisions, certain recommendations should not come openly to everybody like the way it did. But what you guys did today and what they did today, I think it is good. And I think I'm proud that my town is very democratic and we are working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Kristen, the name is cut off. What I can see is DeGenes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, Kristen Dagenet. I live at 32 Ridgeway Street. I have to agree with everybody that has talked so far. A lot of people have verbalized all of the issues that I felt. I didn't hear about this. Well, I heard about this 2 days ago from a neighbor while I was walking my dog, and it was so shocking to me. And I thought, like, okay, I expect something like this in Georgia or Texas, and I couldn't believe it was happening in Newington, Connecticut. This is so upsetting to me. This is a tactic to keep voters from coming to the polls. Like the Carnegie Corporation listed polling place closures as one of the most common ways that voting rights are undermined across the country. This largely affects communities of color. This tactic has been compared to poll taxes, which infringed on the civil rights of Americans. Even NPR stated that shutting down polling sites to be the new form of voter suppression. I am a registered nurse. I'm very interested in healthcare disparities and social justice, and this just makes me sick. It puts people that have disability or don't have the ability to get to the polls, senior voters, lower income voters who can't leave work to go vote. I know for myself, you know, they say like healthcare heroes or whatever. I'm an ICU nurse. I'm there at 6:15 in the morning and I have to leave at 8:30 at night. I don't get the chance to actually like if there's a long line, I don't get to vote. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration. If you really care about healthcare workers, we're out there taking care of COVID and we can't even get to the polls. Also, if our numbers are going up, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever to be closing a single poll. I have to agree that we would actually need more of them, and we should be preparing ourselves for needing more of them. And I can't understand what reasoning could be so vital as to further disrupt our democracy, which is becoming more and more fragile as every day goes on. And thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you, and thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Cara Santoro.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having this meeting. Cara Santor, 93 Francis Avenue. And the only thing I want to say is that the voices of the people in this town, the majority have been heard, and people are not inclined to go with the override. Whatever the two proposals, I didn't hear them in the beginning, but the majority of these people in the town do not want to change this. This is the will of the people, the majority of the people, and to change this, I think, would be very shameful. That's all I have to say, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Santoro. Senator Matt Lesser. Senator Lesser, you're still muted. Senator Lesser, if you're able to unmute. Senator Lesser, we still can't hear you. I'm going to go to the next speaker and then come back to you again. The next speaker, I believe, is Ms. Rose Lyons. I recognize the number. Ms. Lyons, is that you?
Hi, it's Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. I was going to speak about what I had written down, but instead I think I'm going to read what I just responded to someone on Facebook as to why people were talking about this. Haven't they been listening, and so forth and so on. The fact of the matter is that I believe that people right now are just exercising their freedom of speech and letting the town council know what they think and how they thought the process was going to go. At this point, I think there was a lot of people that may have not watched the first presentation or watched the first presentation and had a lot of questions. Most people, and I'm just saying in general, this is just my opinion, have no knowledge of what goes into putting on an election or even where the district boundaries are. If you were to give me $10, I couldn't tell you which districts are which, and all I know is I vote at Martin Kellogg. The first presentation, and again this presentation, which was a little bit clearer, but did not provide maps for the counselors or for the public, left a lot of questions in people's mind. I'm wondering, is the change being proposed to make the registrar's job easier? Is it because they're having trouble staffing the polls, or is it a matter of saving money? Some people think we're saving $38,000. What I understood, it was $38,000 was the cost for the elections, and the cost reduction is not a reason for the changes. Communication is key. And I think that this all could have been avoided if the presentations, with all due respect to the registrars, would have been in layman's terms rather than from their perspective, because they know it inside and out. That's their job. We as voters know our job, our right, our honor, our privilege is to go vote. And when we fear that someone is taking that away from us with no clear explanation, then we get up in arms. That being said, I think something can be done and should be done, and I hope you can come to a compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons. We're going to go back to Senator Lesser. Senator Lesser, are you there? I am pressing the ask to unmute button. I'm hoping that you can hear me and see that pop up on your screen, Senator Lesser. Unfortunately, he is still muted. We have a couple of more hands up, so I'm going to go on and we will continue to go back to see if we can get a hold of him. The next caller is Jeremy Wetzel.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. 92 Old Musket Drive. You know, it's amazing to me that we have so much here in town talking about closing polling centers, and yet, you know, nobody bats an eye as to how hard it is to maintain these things. The logistics of opening and keeping these buildings warm for voting. Nobody's taking away anybody's right to vote here. That's just not happening. So I'm not buying that. The problem is that the other party seems to want them, but the other parties I'm talking about, the Democrats, seem to want to allow everybody to vote multiple times by mail without verification. And it's not a free-for-all. It's not a free-for-all. Voting is a privilege. All right, voting is a privilege. It's not just, you know, an online tally. It's not an all-star game vote. It's, you need to be an American. You need to be a citizen to vote, as you should be. That's what the forefathers founded this country on. So if we're closing centers from logistics for a cost standpoint, I'm all for it. I mean, we saw what happened in the last election in 2020 when these places were compromised, and they were. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wetzel. We're going to go to Jacqueline.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening. If you could state your name and address, we'd appreciate that.
Sure. My name is Jacqueline Hudson. I live at 26 Birch Lawn Terrace. Good evening to everyone, Mayor, council members, and everyone else on the call. Good evening to you. My concern is that if the system is not broken, why try to quote unquote fix it? I also believe that we, the people, have spoken, and I truly believe we should be listened to. And hopefully the council members can, you know, find another alternative solution to these problems. And I also want to say that I believe voting is our right. It's not a privilege. And as such, it should be treated as such. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, one more time. Senator Lesser, if you're there, if you could unmute. I am pressing the ask to unmute just to make sure that Mr. Lesser can see it, just so everybody knows that.
He may be having technical issues. My suggestion to him would be on the bottom toolbar to select the arrow next to his mute button and choose to test his speaker and microphone. Usually that will make it active again.
It's a great suggestion. We'll give it a moment to see if he's able to do that. I'm going to press the ask to unmute button again just to see. Mr. Lesser, are you there? I do apologize, but he is clearly unable to unmute and get into the meeting. Mr. Lesser, we will have another public participation at the end of the meeting if you'd like to join then, or you're certainly welcome to send us all an email to let us know your thoughts. And we'd be happy to read that and take your thoughts into consideration. All right, folks, I don't see any other hands up. Mr. Lesser is still on mute, so we will continue on. We are moving into our remarks by counselors. Any member of the council? Let me just quickly switch my windows here. Hold on one second, guys. All right. Counselor Donahue.
I just want to, thank everybody for calling in and, expressing their opinion. It was some of the folks that had called in, didn't listen to the proposal ahead of time because they're still talking the 3 to 8. I have certainly, and I will say by name, certainly have some disrespect for Mr. Tallard and the way he treated our mayor, and viewing us all as Trumpians and, basically blaming the Republican Party. None of us are like that. If you have those glasses on, that's on you. The second thing is, the voting numbers are up. Everybody's talking about the number of people at the polls. Okay. And here's for all you statisticians, one polling place is going to be 4,900 people. All right. But only 35% of those people come out. So that's 1,000 people. Right. It's, you got to take the numbers for what they are. All right. You could put 6,000 people at a poll, and if only 35% show up to vote, that's 2,000 people. All right. So, let's take that for what it is. We've all stood at the polling places. Okay. E green, no matter what, especially in the morning and the evening. I don't actually stand that close to the curb because I'm afraid I'm going to get hit. Parking should not be a driver to this. All right. I agree. But, it certainly, is something to look at in the overall stats. There are more than, 2 people in the registrar's office. So I'd like to thank the whole registrar's office for doing this. But, just remember, a proposal is exactly what it says, a proposal. All right. I get proposals at work all the time, and it's what it is. So it's a proposal to discuss, not a proposal to, weaponize anything out there. And, I agree that the senator and our state rep have a right to a press conference, but the wording used was very divisive. None of this has ever been about voter suppression. I know that's a favorite term, right, used by a lot of folks. Voter suppression is not what this is about. We're not Georgia. We're not Texas. We're Newington. Okay. I've never been to Georgia. I've never been to Texas. So, with that said, let's put the negativity behind us. Let's look at the 2 proposals on the table and, let's do something. Remember, this was all sparked by the reapportion of the state. We didn't come up with this on our own. It wasn't like I said last meeting, the evil Republicans that came up with this. This was brought forward by a bipartisan group. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Donahue. Counselor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just clarify. My understanding of bipartisan is when groups of people in opposition come together and they compromise and they work out an agreement. I don't think there was a group of people, maybe there was, but there were 2 people, 2 fine people, very nice people who came up with an idea which could have affected the voting access of thousands of people in town. So I just want to clarify, I don't know anyone who feels this is bipartisan as we understand bipartisan. I've been only on the council for a couple of months. There have been several votes taken on this council in 2 months that are bipartisan, where a group of us from opposing parties have said, hey, what's good for Newington? Let's do it. I'm proud of that. And I know there are going to be scores, if not more votes, moving forward that are bipartisan with some great people working together on some tough issues to make Newington better. This is not one of them. It was never bipartisan. And I just want to clarify that. I also agree with Ms. Weaver that the presentation tonight should have come out much earlier. And I know we've only had a couple of weeks, but to make a proposal which would have been so disruptive to the basic, most essential tenet of our democracy and upset people by that. And then on the night that people are wanting to talk about this, say, oh, by the way, we've got a new idea. I think is problematic, and it's disrespectful of people's time. There's been a lot of energy, a lot of time that has been put into this as a result of this proposal. And I think we could have saved everyone a lot more energy and time. And I guess that's it right now. I just want to thank everyone very much, the citizens of Newington, whether I agree with you or disagree with you. I thank you very much for coming out and speaking, for emailing all of us. I'm new to this, and when I've received scores and scores of emails, I thought, oh my gosh, is this what it's always like? This is fantastic. It's a lot of work, but it's fantastic. So thank you for your participation. As others have said, this is what makes our town fantastic. And I look forward to continuing to work with everyone on this and other issues. Thank you so much.
What a bunch of bullshit.
Counselor Nagel?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm somewhat perturbed by how people on either side assume things are to be one thing when they may not be. There was no, on my part and other counselors' parts, any attempt to suppress or to railroad something through. It was something given to me. I only saw the information at the last meeting with the packet that came to us, as goes to all the other counselors. Input was great, right? I'm glad that our hardworking registrar of voters have seen how the town and how we felt and thought and took our advice in terms of what changes could be made. Many of the people who spoke tonight, once again, we need to state that what prompted all this, and I mean this is a statement of fact, is that the state redistricted things. And so some changes had to be made because people were not going to be voting for representatives in the same district that they used to be voting in. And that needed to be clarified. The presentation before we had the rest of our meeting tonight and participation stated that, and hopefully clear that up. But obviously some people either forgot or didn't listen to it or chose to ignore it. And I'm sorry that happened, but we're trying to clear up things and trying to make things as transparent if they weren't before at this point. Poll voters, the numbers, they were put on the screen. I had not seen them before tonight in their particular form, and I'm quite certain that they will be available in various different forms to the public as well as us so that one can see the numbers. Please note those numbers are the same in different configurations, no matter where people voted before. So while the numbers may be up in registrations a little bit, there still were those numbers of voters in different configurations and different polling places, even if we go with the choice of still having 7 polling places. And rather than go on with more things tonight, because we've all heard different opinions and whatever for a long period of time, let me state finally that poll workers are not volunteers. It may be considered a volunteer, but they do get paid. And it is a difficult job, and it is one that not everyone is able to do and or can do because of their circumstances with work and whatever. But it is a difficult, important task. And while they do get paid, it is as much as probably they should be paid. And I'm certain, I know that the Republican side of the aisle, and I'm certain that the Democratic side of the aisle have gone out and have tried to get poll workers to help man those polls every time they are in an efficient and an effective way. And so to think that that and the registrar of voters haven't tried to get workers, which nationally are a problem in terms of getting poll workers to man polls as well as to some extent locally, is a misnomer. And I hope that if nothing else, that in addition, that more people will come out and volunteer to be poll workers and overseeing this important job that needs to be done, whatever the configuration of our polls happens to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nagel. Deputy Mayor Bedrejko.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to thank the public that came out tonight, who for the most part were respectful and considerate and gave some very good input. And believe me, we listened. But I also want to mention that over the course of the week, 2 weeks actually, received many, many, many thoughtful and sincere letters and communications from residents regarding the initial change, which was from 8 to 3. These communications were respectful, filled with valid concerns regarding the impact on the elderly, the disabled, working people, parents. They talked about the working population, the longer lines, parking issues, and possible discouragement from in-person process. They all gave very compelling reasons and very, based on concrete data and their experience as to what could happen and which could reduce access. And their testimonies, convinced me that it was way too drastic of a cut to go to 3. And what the exact number is, I don't know, but 3 was way too drastic, and their concerns were heard and the process worked. And a new proposal came out, and which will be again discussed, dissected, and evaluated by this council. But I also want to say I received a few communications which were very disturbing, and actually attributed this proposal that came from our registrars to a darker objective. Basically calling it a nefarious and a deliberate attempt, planned and calculated specifically to suppress voters. And this is where I have to speak out. We have a team of registrars, both Democrats and Republicans, whose work is governed by state statutes and federal election laws. Their work is carefully and closely monitored at many levels. They're charged with the highest level of responsibility, ensuring the voting process is fair, efficient, and accessible, and preserves and protects the rights of voters in this town. These registrars have a lot to manage, from staffing, logistics, and delivery, while also ensuring the integrity of the voting process. For anyone to think that this proposal that they put forward, which was a result of the fact of there were recent changes in the state reapportionment, they were obligated to look at these changes and how it would impact us in Newington in the voting process. And while looking at how the reapportionment impacted the voting in Newington, the fact that the districts hadn't been looked at in quite some time, they also took the opportunity to do a more broader view of the process, which quite frankly is being responsible on their part, is to, if they're going to make changes, look at the whole thing. They brought changes forward, which in their experience, they felt was worthy of giving it to us for consideration. Obviously, the first draft was not appropriate. It was too drastic of a cut. It impacted too many people. And yes, it would have made voting more difficult and probably restricted or reduced access. But for anybody to sit and actually think that these changes were a deliberate result of a backroom plan to suppress voting rights is an insult to these people who work very hard for us. It's an insult, to their reputation, and an attempt to undermine the trust in their position. And that type of reasoning and that type of logic doesn't belong in our town. This was not a backroom cigar smoking deliberate attempt to suppress voting in Newington. It was an attempt to look at the recent changes, make changes that they felt were appropriate, too drastic perhaps, but the process worked because people came out and said, no, this isn't this. isn't going to work for us as voters of Newington. They listened, we listened, and the process did work. But to think that there was anything devious and nefarious and planned and calculated, it's just an insult to it's an insult to them, and it's an insult to me, and an insult, I think, to the people, to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilor Camillo.
I'd like to thank the registered for all the hard work they've done. I know they were working on it today too. But one thing, you had a news conference last week and not a single person that was there went in and talked to the registers and asked them any information. How can you bring that to the public when you don't know what's going on? You didn't have the correct information. You had a proposal, but you didn't ask them where they started their plans and why. Mr. Turco, you said you listened to your constituents. Well, let's go back to July of 20. The police chiefs in the area asked you not to vote on a bill, and you did anyway. You were also asked not to vote on FLMA, and you did. One thing I learned when I first got on the council was, before you do anything, take the cotton out of your ears and start listening so you have the correct information, and put it in your mouth until you have it all. Please, I'm asking all the new people, start listening to everybody and get the correct information before you start talking. Thank you.
All right. I will just add my thoughts. I was making notes as folks were speaking, and a lot of the points that I would have made have been covered. So thank you, counselors that did speak up. I will say that when we received this proposal last week at the table, we all said we weren't sure that 3 was the right number. And as far as public comment saying that we should reach out to our representatives or open the lines of communication or work in a bipartisan fashion, I would expect the same otherwise. I don't expect Representative Turco to tell me everything that he's voting on at the state level prior to a vote, anything that affects Newington. But I would expect that if I had concerns, I would be able to reach out to him. And in the future, I hope that we can work on lines of communication and that he would feel free to come to me with concerns regarding a proposal, perhaps prior to going to a public press conference, so that we can work together on a proposal like this. It became very clear very quickly that 3 was not the right number when this proposal came out. And I believe that we could have come to a bipartisan effort on making this proposal better before it had to get to the point that it did. That being said, I'm thrilled that the members of the public came out. This is what we're here for. I said this earlier, so I'm reiterating it. We are here to serve the public, and what the public needs from us is what we are elected to do. So we are here to listen and figure out what makes sense. That being said, this was brought to us by what we consider our experts. Our registrars of voters are the people that are put into place to do this job and to tell us what's right for our voters and for redistricting and those kinds of things. They brought a proposal forward, and a lot of the members of the public are asking the why of this. What I understand to be true based on the presentation last week and especially this week, and after having conversations with them, the why is that the reapportionment from the state causes some of our current districts to not be in line with the new state assembly districts that are put forward by the state. So people that are asking us to leave it as is, we really can't leave it as is completely, because there are some changes that have to take place in order to realign our districts with those of the new state assembly districts. So there will have to be some changes that need to take place. That being said, we can try to minimize the number of changes if that's what the public wants from us. In terms of the parking piece, I will tell you that Representative Turco was one of the loudest folks last week or last meeting, telling us that he did have issues at E Green with parking and with lines. So I think what our registrars did, based on my conversations with them, was take the concerns that they heard over the last 2 weeks and work them into these new proposals. So if we want to take bits and pieces and say we wanted to worry about this and not that, that is up to us as counselors to do based on what we've heard from our public and what we're hearing from our registrars in terms of the need to realign for the reapportionment. And so at our next council meeting, I know one of the members was still, members of the public was still asking about the next steps. The next council meeting, we will have the final maps and proposals and stats that everybody has asked for in order for the public to be able to see them, for the council to deliberate one last time. The hope at that point would be that we would set a public hearing for the following meeting, which would be February 22nd. And after that public hearing, we would be able to take action as a council. But because it's an ordinance change, there are those steps that need to be followed. So there is no rush here. We could have set a public hearing tonight. We've chosen not to because it doesn't make sense until we have that final draft, that final presentation and those maps and all the stats that everybody needs in order to feel comfortable with making a right decision. So we'll go ahead and do that. And I would urge counselors, if there are other questions that you think of or other stats that you need from our registrars, feel free, as always, to reach out to them directly and let them know what you need so that at our next meeting, they can bring that forward. In terms of them not having maps ready for tonight, I can tell you, I spoke with them at about 4 o'clock this afternoon to see how they were doing with their presentation, and they were not able to have maps at that point in time because they were still taking into account letters, emails, phone calls, and considerations by counselors that they had received. So they were truly tweaking this plan up until the minute we came into session. So I just wanted to clarify that and say that I appreciate the work everyone put into this, and I appreciate the dialogue that is happening because this is a very important issue. Okay, we're going to move on into the very weighty agenda that we still have. It is 9:25. We, by council rules, cannot take action after 10:30 unless we take a vote to do so. So we don't need to do that yet, but I'm throwing it out there for counselors to remember that after 10:30, we do need a vote. So we will have to do that prior to 10:30. The first item that we're going to consider now, let's see, we are at executive session for personnel, subsection 1-206A regarding town manager evaluation. We will be going into executive session. James, can you instruct us on how?
Certainly. All counselors just received a new invite to come into the executive session. You're going to leave this meeting. I will keep it open. The public can stay on as well. The council will come back to it. So make sure you have your link to this original meeting available. Once everybody's in, I will direct the host to the mayor and I will leave that meeting. You guys will be on your own. And as soon as you come back, we can continue with the rest of the agenda.
All right, thank you. So I do need to entertain a motion to move into executive session. Counselor Menke?
Resolved that the Newington Town Council, in accordance with Connecticut General Statutes 1-26A, hereby moves to go into executive session and invites the town council members, the mayor, and Keith Chapman, town manager, if necessary, to discuss a personnel issue, town manager.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Menke, seconded by Counselor Camillo. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, oh, Counselor Menke, do you have something? Sorry.
I'm just trying to lower my hand, sorry. Okay.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. I will see you in executive session. Again, check your link in your new link in your email.
Correct. That meeting is open. You are all set to come in.
All right, I'm just gonna do my field trip head count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're waiting for Kim and Sharon, right?
That is correct.
Okay, we'll give them a couple more minutes.
There's Kim.
James, the first thing we're going to do is ask for the motion to be able to extend because we're running close.
Running a little late, yes.
Yeah. All right, I don't see Sharon. Does anybody want to reach out to her?
I can text her.
Thank you. There she is. We got her. All right.
Perfect.
Here we go.
All right, we are all back. James, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, so we are coming back into public session at 10:06. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to be entering into consideration of old business because of the time. Our rules of procedure indicate that we cannot take votes on any business after 10:30 unless we as a council vote to do so. So I would like to entertain a motion for that. James, is there a certain wording we need, or can we just make a motion to extend past 10:30?
Simply indicate the council hereby allows action upon new business items for voting in excess of 10:30 p.m.
All right. Thank you. Motion made by Councilor Rada. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Menke. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Oh, wait, unmute, guys. We're all muted.
Aye.
All right.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? All right, any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, first item under old business is health update COVID-19. Mr. Chapman.
Yes, just to let you know, we still are in the red, which I think you all knew that. Currently, about 10 employees either have COVID or are isolated because they've been exposed to it. We have COVID in the library, in the police department, and park department, and scattered other areas. So far, we've distributed about 10,000 masks that were provided recently by the federal government and about 3,000 test kits. We're also distributing test kits to the most vulnerable residents through the Human Services and the Senior Center. And just want to say thank you to Megan, Mankey, and Ryan Dean for heading up the response to COVID, as they have been doing for the last, I guess, 2 years. And also the CERT volunteers. They were out there Saturday morning. I saw Tim out there at I guess about 6:10 Saturday morning over at the Alumni Road, and they were doing a wonderful job. It was still dark out, but they got it accomplished. So they ran until 9 o'clock. So it was very successful, and we're very happy that we got as many kits out as we could and the masks. So, and that's it.
Great. Thank you. Any council comment or question? Hold on, guys. I'm switching my. Go ahead, Councilor Mankey.
Yeah, I would just point out that I was there, Keith, at 5 o'clock.
Oh.
For you.
And it was only 7 degrees.
Oh,
But I would thank the people that helped out. I think this has been a great effort to try to do this. I know that so occasionally I go to the towns to help with their COVID clinics, and our town is always recognized for the amount of volunteers we have that give up their time not only to work in our town but to work in other towns to make it easier for people to get their either their COVID shots, the first or second one, or their booster shots. And I also want to thank the public. Everybody who went through the line on Saturday first told me to stay warm, which was kind of impossible, but also thanked us for doing this and thanks us for the smooth way that was handled. And so I just would appreciate everybody's efforts that went into that.
Agreed.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other hands up. We'll continue on. The next item is the COVID-19 ARPA fund uses. We have in our packet the memo regarding the ARPA funds. We had our finance director at the January 11th meeting had presented two proposals. One to assist local and nonprofit businesses that were impacted during the pandemic. Second was the acquisition and installation of license plate reader system for the Newington Police Department. Included in our packet is a resolution to endorse the proposed use of the ARPA funds for the above proposals that were presented at our last meeting. Councilor Mankey?
I'll read it if you like.
Thank you.
Resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby endorses the use of American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds for the following programs/uses. 1, Newington Small Business Assistance Program. 2, acquisition installment of a license plate reader/camera system for the Newington Police Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Nagel. Discussion on this? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next item this evening is acceptance of the grant award affordable housing plan grants, acceptance of the grant. So this again was presented at our last meeting. It is a grant. I'm sorry, I'm trying to flip through here. I have so many pages open. The amount of the award is 15,000. And so I would entertain a motion to accept this grant. It is in our packet. Councilor Donahue?
Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby authorizes Keith Chapman, Town Manager, to execute the notice of grant award amendment and a DOH invoice request for payment for the Affordable Housing Plan Technical Assistance Grant with the Connecticut Department of Housing. A copy of the executed documents will be attached to this resolution.
Seconded.
Second by Councilor Nagel, I believe. Any discussion on this? It's a no-brainer. They're trying to give us some money. That's always a good thing. All right. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Continuing on. The next item is the Town Council budget meeting schedule for 2022. We had made or suggested changes at our last meeting. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is the budget meeting schedule, not the Town Council. Sorry. So for Tuesday, March 8th, 2022 at 6 p.m. would be the Town Manager's proposed budget. And Tuesday, April 5th, 2022 at 6 p.m. would be the Town Council's proposed budget. And there is a motion in the packet to go ahead. Go ahead, Councilor Rada.
Resolved that the Newington Town Council pursuant to Section 805 of the Newington Town Charter will hold 2 public hearings on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2022 to 2023. These public hearings will be held at 6 p.m. in the Town Hall unless otherwise indicated as follows. Tuesday, March 8th, 2022, Town Manager's proposed budget, and Tuesday, April 5th, 2022, Town Council's proposed budget.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Nagel. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. I was just taking a picture of the schedule so we can get that on the calendar, right? All right, next on the agenda for this evening is the job description for the Deputy Police Chief, A-11. This was a draft job description presented to us. This would be a new position that we would be considering I don't know, Mr. Chapman, do you want to give a brief summary, or the chief I know is on the call?
Yeah, I will just say that this was something that Chief Clark and I had discussed. As you all know, staffing in the police department for a variety of reasons is difficult right now, and he feels at this point that this deputy police chief position would be a temporary position, promoting one of our lieutenants up to that position for 3 to 5 months to help him do the recruitment of replacements and promotions of the staff, which is an area that is going to be heavily, we'll say, labor intensive over the next 3 to 6 months. So it's a suggestion that the chief is making, and I fully support it, because the work that will be done is more of the upper administrative level, not police level. And this should work out to help the chief out getting the recruitment that he needs and the promotions that he needs. The chief is here tonight if you have any questions of him.
Is there anything you wanted to add, chief? If not, I can go to the counselor questions.
No, this is, like the town manager said, a temporary position to get us to the end of the fiscal year. We're seeing a 30% reduction in our supervision. We're a number of officers down, so this position is just going to assist me in providing recruitment, promotions, hiring. So it's going to be solely focused on that, and some of the policy and procedure changes as a result of the police accountability bill.
Okay, great. Thank you for the clarification. Counselor Page.
I was just going to read the resolution. I think this is one way of many we can continue to try to support our police officers. So I think it's a very good idea.
You can go ahead and read it, Mitch, and then we can continue the discussion.
Whenever the time is appropriate.
No, go ahead. That's fine.
Okay. I have a question.
Yeah, well, okay. We were going to just read it in and then discuss, but that's fine.
Okay. Nowhere in the wording I saw temporary.
No, it is a temporary position.
I get that, but it's not in there. It's not written in there.
Well, what you're acting on tonight is to add this position into the classification and pay plan. The position description and the pay plan, by adding it to that plan, we will not have to do this again. If down the road, let's just say, 4 or 5 years down the road, the chief decides that he wants to retire, then the position will already be created where he can have a deputy that will assist him for the last 6 months while he serves, and have the new deputy fully trained and coming on board.
Okay, we're saying temporary, and it's not temporary.
The job description is not temporary. That's correct.
Okay, so there'll always be a spot there then. Is that what you're creating, a spot?
Yes, and that's true. There are other spots within the classification series that remain unfilled, but are there when and if we need those positions. And that's what this one will be.
Okay. Thank you.
Counselor Page, do you want to go ahead and read the resolution?
Okay, Mayor. Resolve the Newington Town Council hereby approves the amendment to the quote classification and pay plan unquote by approving a job description for the deputy police chief, parentheses A-11, close parentheses, position as recommended by Keith Chapman, the town manager, in his capacity as personnel director.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Camillo. All right, Counselor Rada, you have your hand up?
Just to note that in the memo, and I noticed this at the last meeting and forgot to say something, that the draft job description for it should be deputy police chief.
Yep.
It's written in the memo as police chief.
Typo, that's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a point of order.
Oh, thank you. Yep. Yeah, it says deputy in a couple of places, but there is that one spot. You're right. Yep. Thank you for that. All right, so we have the motion on the table. We have a second. Is there any other discussion on this one? Counselor Camilla, was your question adequately answered? Are you okay with that? Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Seeing no other discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next item is update to the classification plan. And we reviewed this last meeting as well. Mr. Chapman, do you want to give us a summary of this one?
Yeah, this is something that's done generally on an annual basis where the classification pay plan is adjusted to reflect the average pay increases for the administrative employees. It keeps in line with the salaries being the low end and the high end. So we keep control of all of the salaries of the administrators where we don't go below and we don't go above, depending on the classification they're in. It's more consistent and even the employees enjoy it because they know exactly their low and high pay and they work to achieve the highest pay they possibly can, certainly. So this is adjusted annually. And we add in such positions as the deputy police chief when we make these changes.
Okay. Thank you. Counselor Mankey?
I'll read the motion.
Thank you.
Resolved that Newington Town Council hereby authorizes Keith Chapman, Town Manager, to update and modify the administrative group pay plan ranges within the town classification and pay plan dated July 1, 2021, and adopted as of January 25, 2021. In a copy of which is attached to this resolution.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Camillo. Discussion?
If I may, I believe it should be January 25th, 2022.
I believe so.
Yes. Is
I
that
will
correct?
amend my motion to make it January 25, 2022.
Second.
Thank you, Counselor Mankey and Counselor Camillo. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next item is to initiate charter revision process. Item 1 is create charter revision commission. All right, so this is a process that we have talked about amongst ourselves, and we are bringing it forward now for official initiation. In our packet, you will see the memo that describes what has happened so far. So the commission is being proposed to have a 5-member makeup, with members being appointed at the February 8th or 22nd meetings. The charter was previously reviewed and adopted in 2012, just so you have the historical perspective on that. Included in the resolution is the resolution which initiates the creation of the commission under the Connecticut General Statute. So you will notice in the language, because I did question this just for everybody to understand, in the last paragraph, it does say a commission consisting of 5 to 15 members. So this council is looking to create a 5-member commission that will be delineated at our next meeting and the action we take to actually create the commission. This is to initiate it through Connecticut General Statute, and that's why the language is very statutorily related. So that's why the language is a little bit different than what we were proposing specifically. Is that right, James?
You have that correct, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, who would like to read this motion in? Counselor Nagel?
Thank you, Mayor. Resolved, whereas the town of Newington as a municipal corporation has the power to amend its town charter in the manner set forth in Connecticut General Statutes number 7-187 through number 7-193. Whereas the Newington Town Council is contemplating a revision of the Newington Town Charter for the purpose of bringing said charter up to current standards in the state of Connecticut and to eliminate any inconsistencies that may currently exist with the state of Connecticut Constitution and/or the Connecticut General Statutes. And whereas pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes number 7-188, the proper method for the Newington Town Council to initiate the revision of the town charter is by way of a resolution adopted by 2/3 vote of its entire membership. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby approves of the initiation of action for the amendment and revision of the Newington Town Charter pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes number 7-188. Be it further resolved, the Newington Town Council, in accordance with Connecticut Statutes number 7-190, shall within 30 days of the state of approval of this current resolution appoint by way of a separate resolution a commission consisting of 5 to 15 members whose purpose shall be to draft amendments to the Newington Town Charter using the procedures set forth in the Connecticut General Statutes number 7-187 through number 7-193. No more than 1/3 of the membership of said commission shall hold any other public office in the town of Newington. No more than a bare majority of said commission shall be members of one political party.
Thank you. Seconded by Counselor Menke. And discussion on this item. Counselor Page?
What is the guidance or what are the parameters used, having never done this before, just so I know, and maybe folks who are listening, on determining whether we have 5 members or 7 or 9 or more? Is it based on the size of the town, or what's the guidelines?
It's based on what this council chooses to move forward, correct, James?
That is correct. The council has the ability, as the resolution indicates, and the statutes allow for, up to 15 members or as low as 5 members. A lot of times the issue comes into volunteers that are available for the intense period that it takes to review a charter. So the smaller commission usually is more beneficial to the towns to be able to complete the work in a more expeditious fashion.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Counselor Nagel?
Sorry, never lowered my hand.
I know, James, I usually have the opportunity to do that, but I'm not a co-host on this one, so I
I
can't.
haven't made you back a co-host since you came in.
I thought I was just slacking, but I just can't.
Now you're all set.
Thank you. Counselor Menke, did you have something?
Hey, just a quick thing to Counselor Page's comment. Remember that the people on this commission can't serve in any other commissions or boards. So it's the bigger you make the commission, the harder it's to get everybody together or get volunteers that are interested in enough to serve on a committee that's going to last for a number of months and be pretty labor intensive. So I think that's the issue. That's the reason behind the 5. Normally, Newington in the past has had 5, and I think it's worked out pretty well. Also, just to make it clear that we will form the commission officially on February 8th, which then by the state statute gives us 30 days then to actually nominate people for the commission and give the commission a charge of what we wanted to look at. They can look at anything, but we should try to specify some areas we want them to look at. So just to make that clarification.
James, is it 30 days from the 8th or 30 days from today?
It's 30 days from today. So upon the initiation of the commission, which
30 days from today.
Then you've got up to the 24th of February, in order to appoint, which would be past our next meeting on the 22nd.
Right, so our next meeting, right.
Yeah, so the 8th or the 22nd would be your next meetings to create the appointments for the commission and to create the charge for the commission to review under the charter itself. Of course, they still have the option to come up with any other items that they wish to review. They'll ultimately will bring that back as a report to you with their reasonings for such reviews.
Thank you. Counselor Page?
Oh, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I know my impression or my understanding was that you had requested or the council had requested that we have our nominees from our caucus up by the 8th. We're probably going to need to go to the 22nd only because I can't promise by the 8th. We just want to make sure this is such an important process. We want to make sure we find the right folks and we understand the nomination procedure. So I just wanted to say that, and we're going to certainly meet the deadline, but we want to do it right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comment? All right, seeing none, we have the resolution on the table. We have a second. If you could unmute your microphones. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We are now moving into new business. Just for the public, if you did join late, the council has already spoken on the original agenda item of the ordinance amendment for voting districts. The registrars of voters brought forward a couple of new proposals, and they will be available to the public on the website as well as at our next meeting. No action was taken this evening, and there will be a public hearing set for not the next council meeting, but the following. So February 22nd would be the public hearing is what we're anticipating. And that would be determined at our next meeting on February 8th, just in case someone tuned in late. All right, new business. The first item is mid-year budget transfers. Janet Murphy, if you would.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I just bring everybody up to date. Twice a year, usually I'll come to you with budget transfers. This is the mid-year transfer that I'll do. It's a good time to do it because I'll also briefly go over where we stand on revenues and where we stand on expenditures before you get into budget season. So if should something come up before the end of the year where I have to do another transfer, I'll come to you in June. So to start off talking to you about the revenues, that is the good story. If you saw the stuff in my package, you'll see I'll go over the highlights. It does look like we will end the year revenue wise up almost $3.5 million compared to what we budgeted. The major areas, as I had mentioned, is right now under taxes, you'll see that motor vehicles is driving that one. The values of some of these vehicles and the collections that we've been making have put us over and above what we originally expected. The other area you'll see right underneath that is pilot money. The state of Connecticut, when we adopted the budget last year, they had a preliminary one out. After we adopted the budget, they came out with this new tiered pilot program. So it replaced the state-owned property and the tax-exempt colleges and hospitals. Not only did they put in the new program, but then they listened to, I think, some of the complaints and some of the suggestions we made early in the year, and they upped the amount that they're giving us by about almost 1.8 million. So that's really the hugest part of where we're going to be favorable. Building permits, once again, is still up. People aren't traveling, they're home doing their houses, and there's some economic development in town that's spurring that number along. Interest earnings is our downfall. The market still hasn't bounced back to what we were hoping. But we're going to leave that solid for next year in the hopes that we will start to see interest rates sooner or later rise. I will give kudos to James, another area that we're seeing a really revenue really doing well is the town clerk fees. If you look down there, we budgeted 475,000. He's already almost got, as of December 31st, 475,000. So I'm giving a conservative saying he'll get 225,000 more, but I'm thinking it's going to surpass that, given the fact that a lot of times you'll have those home sales in the spring. If you go to the next page, the next big year we'll see that we're going to have some increases is the state municipal grants and aid. We had stayed flat to the number they gave us the year before, and they're actually going to be giving us, the state is 419,000 more than we budgeted. The state has also increased the amount of educational cost share grant they'll give us by 358,000. So all those combined kind of make up the good picture we're seeing in revenue. As I said before, that we expect at the end of the year to come in at least 3.5 favorable to what we budgeted. Now for my little bit more conservative, we're okay look, and that's one of the reasons we're looking for the transfers, are expenditures. I'm taking a very conservative look on this because I said in the memo, one of the areas that we could come in really well in is highways, and in that area, one good storm and that wipes out anything good we had. As we saw with the storm we had like almost 2 years ago in August, that puts you behind. Right now, I'm very optimistic that we'll break even in all our departments. The one area, as I mentioned, one area I'm very concerned about, and I know that the town manager talked about before, is the police department. With these retirements, you got to remember that we get payouts for vacation for retirements that are going to hit their budgets. Hiring experienced ones means we have to pay other departments half of their training and salary for when they were there if they haven't been there long enough. Recruitment things, and when you have the vacancies, of course, you have the overtime. So we're seeing all that kind of the perfect storm hit the police department, along with absences due to COVID. And once again, the overtime numbers are going through the roof right now. I have great concerns. I know the chief has some new staff coming on, so I'm hoping we're going to keep watching those. They'll come down. The transfers that I'm requesting here, I'll go into what they're going to be for. But all these transfers are going to come out of the $199,810 come out of the contingency account that we have. Now, the contingency account, just so you know, has the base amount of 200,000, but then we also build in there money for salary increases that aren't budgeted in the departments. When we budgeted last year, we did not have the salary increase because the contract wasn't settled for the police department. So where you see that big $128,000 for the police department, that's all wages. Those are the salaries that the town council, this amount for wages is for wages and public notifications. We're a little bit low on both. Every time you have a meeting, if it's a long meeting, your recording clerk, we're going to catch up on that. And public notifications is very low right now. And we know we're going to have to do some kind of notifications as we get into budget season. The finance department, you'll see the $14,900. That is for where we budget for that is in the finance department for the local elderly tax relief program. It came in higher this year than it had in previous. It used to be, even 4 years ago, the state paid half of it and we paid half of it. Now the full amount falls to the town. So we're kind of left with that one. The town clerk amount that we're looking for the transfer is a wage, unplanned wages, which we're taking out of contingency. The $14,960 for personnel, that's due to testing for the police department, recruitment, the physicals, a lot more than we would have in an average year. As you've seen by the retirements you've been having at your meetings. General services, that's a wage increase for that department included in general services is your facilities and your IT. The police department, we just discussed, that's the $128,000 for wages. Hydrants, it's a small amount, but it sits by itself, so I have to ask for the transfer. It's because actually MDC added some additional hydrants onto our list for this year's billing. Engineering department is due to wages, along with the town planners, building, human services, and park and rec. So those are the ones that I was requesting be taken out of the contingency account. You will also see below that I asked for 2 other transfers. For those of you here last year, this might look familiar. It's a transfer to the general fund for interest expenses We had a bond premium from 2 years ago that we're still able to use. So this transfer in helped us offset the interest expense in the general fund so that we didn't have to budget the full amount because we're using the funds that we received 2 years ago. There's only limited uses you can use your bond premium for, and this is one of them. And the other request you have down here is for IT expenses. Last year, we created a technology fund because we were no longer saying that the computer replacement should be included in the CIP. So on the town side, we created this fund, but we created it after we approved the budget. So now we have to move over in this fiscal year. You can't move anything in CIP until January. So we're asking to move those balance of those funds over to this new fund. And those are all my transfers for tonight.
Thank you, Janet. That was very thorough. And we'll be looking to take action on this at our next meeting. Any council comment or question? Councilor Page?
Just a brief comment, just again, because I'm new to this and for anyone listening, this is basically we're balancing our checkbook. Is that what we're doing?
Correct. We move things around. We could do, transfers earlier for the general fund, but because you can't do anything for the CIP till January, and it's a good segue into budgeting, we do it now.
Okay.
That gives you our estimates and where we stand to try to give you a feel for some of the numbers that we currently have as you look to what we're going to do next year.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Janet.
Thank you.
All right, we'll vote on that next time. Next on our agenda this evening is a very exciting item, the proposed tax fixing agreement at 3333 Berlin Turnpike. I'm going to turn this one over to Mr. Chapman and Mr. Kosofsky. I see you're on the call. Good to see you.
Well, thank you, Mayor. This is probably, well, it is the biggest announcement in economic development in the history of the town for private investment. We are looking at 3333 Berlin Turnpike that will be developed, and the cost of the development is in the neighborhood of $100 million. It will be a combination of commercial, retail, and market rate apartments. And we've worked with the developers for several months now or more on getting this at this point. They are excited to have an opportunity to come into Newington and do some development. And we are equally excited that they have chosen Newington to come in and do their projects. What will happen is the land is currently owned by Eversource or a subsidiary of Eversource, and they will purchase the land. And there'll be two developers, one doing the retail commercial side, the other doing the housing side. And we'll get into that a little bit more as when Steve speaks. But it is a opportunity that has not ever occurred in this town before. There is certainly at the VA hospital more money that's been invested by public money, as well as maybe the Children's Hospital and the DOT complex, but nothing on the private side as large as this. In fact, there's been nothing this large. If you take everything that's occurred for the last 10 or 20 years and you add them all together, it still doesn't add up to $100 million. So this is a great opportunity for the town. And with that, as most of you know, the state a number of years ago created a tax abatement program or an incentive for businesses and developers to come into Connecticut. And they allowed the towns to negotiate taxes for a 10-year period, which again, Steve will get into briefly. So this is a tax abatement proposal that we're bringing forward today. And I'm going to turn it over to, I'm not going to turn it over to Steve yet. What I want to do is kind of show you what it is that they're developing through a video that will only take a couple of minutes. So James, could you run that now?
Welcome to Meadow, a new Grossman Development Group development, home to approximately 269 luxury apartments, a unique anchor grocer, and more than 35,000 square feet of lifestyle retail, dining, and amenity tenants. Located just 15 minutes from downtown Hartford in Newington, Connecticut, Meadow Commons offers retailers and restaurants a prime position along the Berlin Turnpike in a vibrant mixed-use destination. At just over 24 acres, the site benefits from over 33,000 cars that drive by the property daily, and a new fully directional signal in order to access the site from the Berlin Turnpike. Meadow Commons is shadow anchored by strong local and national retail, including Raymore and Flanagan, Best Buy, Target, and many others. Strategically located just 15 minutes from downtown Hartford via the Berlin Turnpike, and only 8 minutes to Interstate 91. Meadow Commons provides tremendous access to the surrounding employment hubs. The State of Connecticut Department of Transportation and the regional headquarters of Eversource are minutes from the site, and together employ over 1,000 daytime workers. Within a 5-mile radius of the property, the population is 186,419, with an average household income of over $82,000 and over 110,000 daytime workers. The Berlin Turnpike through Newington, Connecticut is densely populated with retail, and Meadow Commons is strategically positioned at the midsection of this retail hub. With approximately 365 feet of frontage along the southbound side of the corridor and prime visibility from both directions. Invest in a location positioned for success at Meadow Commons in Newington, Connecticut.
Thank you, Steve. This was a promotion that the developers created for marketing the site to other interested parties on moving in various businesses and the apartments and so forth. So I'm going to turn it over to Steve at this point, and he will explain how this tax abatement works and the benefits of it. And then are we going with, excuse me, she's getting confused. Are we doing Renata first or James or Steve first, James?
We're doing Renata first.
Okay, Renata, our town planner is going to present from a planning and zoning perspective, her view on the development and the fact that the Planning and Zoning Commission has approved and the project is fully approved with local and state.
Did you know 90% of shoppers turn to social media for retail purchasing decisions? The consumer journey and path to purchase has significantly shifted in the digital age.
I'm not sure what that was.
That was the video continued on, and I didn't realize I hadn't closed it.
Okay, so Renata, I believe she's still on board. I'm going to turn it over to you at this point and just go ahead and do your thing.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. So
I don't know whether.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank
I
you.
don't think she can hear
Good
us.
evening, everybody. So I will try to keep this brief. So between March and of this last year, the town plan Planning and Zoning Commission and Conservation Commission issued a number of approvals to allow the development of construction of this development, essentially considered of two different developments on a mixed-use proposal on this site. Most of you know, and James, if you can show up the map, I would appreciate it. This site is located on the west side of Berlin Turnpike. Is as you drive south, Berlin Turnpike located directly between Express Kitchen and Best Buy location, and it is the former site of Eversource training facility. Eversource used to have a building here that was demolished. The site originally consisted of 4 different parcels. Developer combined and merged these parcels into 2 different properties, 2 parcels to be individually owned and managed as a commercial site and a residential site. The front of the property, and if you can show the landscaping plan for the whole site next, James, thank you. So the first part of the property that abuts Berlin Turnpike is about 11.6 acres, and it is going to be the commercial site. It has 5 buildings on it, and this part of the property will be owned and managed by the Grossman Development Group. The attorney representing the developer in May stated that the Grossman Development Group had 40 years of commercial real estate experience and specialized in mixed-use development, retail leasing, and investment sales. The other part of the property, which is to the rear or to the west of this, with the primary access off of Payne Road with 3 larger buildings, will be developed as residential. And it is 13.3 acres. It will be owned and managed by Criterion Development Partners. Again, at that same meetings, the attorney representing the developers indicated that Criterion Partners. I'm sorry, were you saying something?
No, you're good. Your internet's going in and out a little bit, but go ahead. We can hear you now.
Okay. Criterion Group had 17 years of experience in developing multifamily communities and had permitted, developed, owned, and managed 5,500 multifamily units. These 2 properties, while they're individually and separately, independently functioning, still will be mixed-use property because they're connected by the same road system and also will be covered by utility and cross-access easement agreements. James, if you can move on to the commercial site, and I will just briefly go over that again. So the commercial site will have primary access, as I said, off of Berlin Turnpike. There will be a traffic light on Berlin Turnpike. This is a new traffic light that will be installed. There will be 5 new buildings consisting of an anchor grocery supermarket larger than 40,000 square feet. There will be a mix of other uses in here consisting of restaurants, smaller specialty stores, brewery and brew pub restaurants, the health fitness club, approximately 80,000 square foot of total commercial space is going to be on the site, and 418 parking spaces. James is showing building elevations for the commercial site right now, and you can pretty much scroll just through this, James. We can move on to the next one. And the next one. And this is the drawing of the residential site, which will have a primary access off of Payne Road. Like I said, 3 4-story tall buildings, a total of 269 units. They are all market rate units. There will be a combination of studio 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. Predominantly, these are going to be 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. There will be 36 studio units and 24 3-bedroom units, and 108 1 and 2 bedroom units, 108 1-bedroom and 108 2-bedroom units. There will be some parking that's provided in garages. There will be number of amenities that's provided for the residents of this property, including dog park, swimming pool, walking paths, indoor gathering spaces such as fitness center and clubhouse inside of one of the buildings. And that's it. I am open to questions. As town manager is indicated, this is approved for construction by the Town Planning and Zoning Commission. So as far as land use approvals are considered, this is all finished. We are just awaiting to issue building permits for them at this point.
Thank you, Renata.
And that's my presentation. I'm here just to answer questions if you have any. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Renata. I think we'll move right to Steve now and have him explain the tax abatement to the council and the public. Steve, if you're available.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I believe in your packets, you should have 3 documents that I'm going to refer to very quickly. One that is up on the screen right now is simply a comparison of the tax payment history for this parcel. The ironic thing about this development is after the abatement, if in fact it's approved, in 3 years, the town of Newington will have received the same amount of revenue as this parcel generated in the last 20. I can't underestimate the size of the investment by the developer of this site. It's certainly the largest, as Keith said, of private investment here in Newington, and certainly one of the largest that I've been involved with in my entire career. As Renata indicated to you in her comments, it is made up of 2 pieces, a commercial and residential. For illustration purposes, I simply put them together for the screenshot that you see right now. The initial investment will be somewhere in the neighborhood of $100 million, some of which is soft costs and intangibles. So when you take those intangible costs out, that leaves a taxable investment of approximately $82 million that'll be split between $22 million for the retail piece and approximately $60 million for the residential piece. Doing the math combined, that comes out to a total assessment for the entire project, taxable assessment, of approximately $57.4 million. Now, again, this is simply an illustration for a number of reasons. The proposed abatement that you see in front of you is for a 10-year period. I'm showing it at the current mill rate, which obviously will change over the course of 10 years, but this simply gives you an idea of the amount of revenue that we are talking about over a very long time. In addition, that also, another point that needs to be pointed out is over the course of the 10-year abatement period, there will be 2 state required revaluations of this, as well as every other property in town. And whatever terms that are in this abatement that you hopefully will approve will just simply be applied to the revalued figures as of the date of whichever revaluation we're talking about. I'd also like to point out one other thing too, that getting back to one of Renata's points, the 2 pieces that are involved will be separated on 2 different parcels. The reason for that is they're going to be developed by 2 separate corporations. These 2 companies have actually worked together very recently in completing a similar development to this in the town of Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. And that development went so well and was so successful that they chose to team up again and are doing this development jointly here in Newington. What's on the screen now is the breakdown between the retail piece and the residential piece. The reason why I mentioned this specifically, showing you the combination of the 2 as well as the projections for each one, is because they are 2 separate legal owners, it is necessary to do 2 separate tax fixing agreements, one for each entity. The terms are identical. It's just the amounts that we project, again, for illustrative purposes, are shown in front of you right now. As far as the actual agreements themselves, I'm not going to take any accolades for creating those. I simply went into the land records and did some research and used the same format that was used in the past. This is the 12th tax fixing agreement that's been presented to Newington Town Councils. Out of the 12, one of them never materialized, but the format of these agreements are identical. The first one that was presented that I could find was back in 1990. And the most recent one was this past year when you approved a similar agreement for the hotel located at 712 Cedar Street. I also am going to conclude that right now. And as Renata said, I'm also available for any questions that may come up.
Thank you, Steve. Again, I just want to emphasize that, this has been a team effort. As you all know, we made it a point when I got here two years ago that we were going to have a economic development team established, and credit goes to that entire team. Everybody had a part to play in this. And I can tell you that based upon my discussions with the developers, this came together primarily because we all worked very hard together on it. And we found solutions and resolutions to issues that we're confronted with. And I believe that the developers are looking forward to working in Newington, and you never know, they may be looking at other sites as we sit here tonight. So it's important that we move this tax assessment fixing agreement forward, because they are anxious to get going on this project. They'd like to break ground this spring. So I would encourage the council to prepare to take an action on this as soon as possible and get it into place, because it's the last hurdle that we're facing to get this completed. Thank you.
Thank you all for the presentation and for your work on this. I know this is hours and hours and months of work on your part, Steve and Renata and Keith and all the other members of the staff that helped on this. This is huge, and this is such an incredible project to be bringing to Newington, something we haven't seen before. I can't tell you how happy I am about this. It might not come through at this hour of the evening, but I am really ecstatic, and I greatly appreciate your efforts on this. With that, I'll open it up for council comment or question. Councilor Page.
Well, first of all, I want to say congratulations to Mr. Chapman and to your staff for all the hard work you've done. This looks like it's a great opportunity for the town in so many ways. I just have a couple questions. If we don't have answers for them tonight, that's fine. But do we know that the price points for each of the units at this point? For the apartment units?
I do not believe that they've finalized those price units yet.
Okay. And then the second question is, at some point, I'd like us as a council, this is more of a comment, an editorial, I guess, is to look at the bus routes to make sure that if we don't have one, and I don't think there's one terribly close, that we could consider working with the state to have a bus route go by there, because that's a large group of folks. And if we can encourage public transportation for all the obvious reasons, that would be great. And then I guess the last question is just to clarify to Mr. Kosofsky, are you, and I'm just trying to learn, so I'm just asking, are you saying that the 50% negotiated tax fix is based on past agreements we've had, or is that like an industry standard given the parameters involved?
That's a very good question. I think I'm not aware of any real industry standards. I think it varies from municipality to municipality. Unfortunately, it's a very, very competitive situation where if one town chooses either not to participate in a tax fixing agreement with a potential developer, or perhaps isn't as aggressive as another town, they'll go to the other town. In terms of history, you're just reviewing the document that I did find. In the past, there's been 2 percentages that former councils have approved. Out of the 9 that actually were in place, 6 of them were 100% abatements for the term of the agreement, and the other 3 were 50%. This certainly is the most aggressive agreement that we brought forward to you during our recent tenure. On the other hand, this is also the largest development, as I had mentioned before, that I've ever seen in the town of Newington. So they go hand in hand.
Thank you, Mr. Kosofsky. And yeah, last comment, again, this is wonderful for the town. It'll help us in many ways as we're all looking at terrible budget crunches everywhere. So thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, councilors, we'll be moving this to our next agenda for council vote. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
The next item under 8 is item D, the town manager evaluation. Just quickly to let.
You jumped over one item there.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. It's been a long night.
Oh, I know.
Okay, so we're on, I apologize, we're on item C, discussion for possible action under subsection C-412 of the Newington Town Charter. There had been a request from several staff commission liaisons to request the removal of appointed officials to attend the required % of meetings. They haven't attended. We've had some issues with attendance. So outlined in our information and guidelines for boards, commissions, and committees and commissions booklet, there are attendance requirements. And James, do you want to go ahead and speak a little more on this?
Certainly. We received requests from both the Human Rights Commission liaison as well as the ZBA chairperson regarding members who have not been attending the meeting. As far as the Human Rights Commission goes, that one we may be able to handle through the normal approval process of appointments because they are currently, I believe, both the members are under de facto status. So those are ones we can easily replace and not have an issue to be able to bring that commission up to quorum standard. The Zoning Board of Appeals one, I've been in contact with the party to see if they can contact the individual who can supply us with a resignation letter. Otherwise, we'd have to go through the process of notification, giving them the 15-day period, setting up a hearing, and then going through the removal process if it becomes necessary. So I just want to make sure the council is made aware of this. We may find more as we go through our attendance records for this year and we supply them to the council. But just so that you have that on your radar.
Okay. Are you looking for us to take action at our next meeting on anything, or is this just making us aware so that we can?
This is action to possibly move forward. So if we were to move forward at the next meeting, that would be the council scheduling or directing staff to notify the individuals that a hearing will be held, give them the option of whether or not they want to contest their removal. We did this similarly back in 2018. So it's not something that we do very often, but it does become necessary at times. So there'll be a process that will be worked out from that. At that point, it would be under an old business option and we move forward from that point. Most likely it would end up in a special meeting because we wouldn't want to bring it up under our normal business. So that would be an individual meeting that we'd hold our executive session as we did previously, if chosen by the individual, and then bringing it into standard session in order to make a determination of whether that individual will continue on the board or be removed.
Okay. And you'll update us, I'm sure, as to efforts made to try and contact folks.
Correct.
Thank you. Council comment or question? Okay, seeing none, we'll continue on. Thank you, James.
You're welcome.
So now the next item is the item that we had added this evening, which is item 8D, town manager evaluation. As you noted, maybe you have noticed on the agenda, we had an executive session earlier this evening with the same title, town manager evaluation. The purpose of that executive session was to update new counselors on the town manager's evaluation process that happened shortly before the election. So we wanted to make sure everyone had the same information. And the council will be considering to recognize Mr. Chapman for his performance with a bonus. And we'll be bringing forward the agenda item at our next council meeting for consideration, and wanted to make sure that we were notifying everyone in the public of our intention. We'll bring forward a specific proposal next week. Council comment or question? I always offer it. All right, thanks, guys. All right, next is the resignations and appointments, and we have some this evening. Mr. Page.
Okay, I guess I don't have to raise my hand. I know in the past when we've had all of these appointments, we've done them en masse and just voted as presented. Tonight, can we do that? But not include I've removed at the beginning of the meeting, the Parks and Rec Board, please, and we'll present those next time. So I
Yes,
guess
I
I'm moving
don't
that we
have any
vote.
objection. I don't have any objection to that. If any other counselor does, now would be the time.
Okay with us.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Page.
So I guess I make a formal motion, and I also just wanted to clerical error. I submitted this with the incorrect spelling of Mr. Mark France's name. It's Frantz. I apologize, Mr. France, for that. So I guess I'm moving that we approve.
Mitch,
all. Yeah.
you have to actually read the resolution and then read all the names, unfortunately.
Okay. I have to read all that.
Yep.
Yeah, you have to read the names, the address, the party, the term, and who they replace.
Okay, because that's what I was asking. I didn't know if I could just go ahead.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby makes the following appointments. R. Clark Castell for Balf Town Committee, and he's replacing a vacancy resignation of M. Udis. Boards of Assessment and
Wait a minute,
Appeals
Mitch,
is,
you have to read, I'm sorry, you have to also read that he's alternate neighborhood representative and then what his term is.
I got you,
So-
thank you.
I'll give you an example, Mitch, really quickly. So the resolved part, and then Balf Town Committee, R. Clark Castell, address 167 Connecticut Ave, Party D, term such and such, replaces so-and-so. And
So
then
just read the whole thing, you got it.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry.
All right, I was hoping we could just approve all, but that's fine, thank you. So let me start again. Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby makes the following appointments. Balf Town Committee, R. Clark Castell, alternate neighborhood representative at 167 Connecticut Avenue, Party D. Term is 1/25/22 to 11/30/24, replacing vacancy resignation of M. Udis. Board of Assessments Appeals, Frederick Callahan, member, address 99 Cedarwood Lane, Party D. Term 1/25/22 to 11/30/25, replaces reappointment self. Commission on Aging and Disabled, name Maureen B. Lynch, member, address 165 Foxborough Drive, Party D, term 1/25/22 to 11/30/23, replaces reappointment self. Kathleen, also under the Commission of Aging and Disabled, Kathleen Sobieski, member, at 26 Deepwood Drive, Party D, 1/25/22 to 11/30/24, replaces reappointment self. And the final member of the Commission on Aging and Disabled is Mark France, Frantz, member, address 288 Williamstown Court, Party D, term 1/25/22 to 11/30/23, replaces de facto term of T. Lepenta Duffick. Under the Conservation Inland Wetlands Commission, name is John Casasanta, member, at 86 Indian Hill Road, Party D, 1/25/22 is the term, 1/25/22 to 11/30/25, replaces reappointment self. And the second and final member of Conservation Inland Wetlands Commission, Alan Paskowitz, member, at addresses 100 Cambria Avenue, Party D, term is 1/25/22 to 11/30/25, reappointment self. For the Development Commission, we have Meredith Mary Beatrice, member, at 158 Hartford Avenue, Party D, 1/25/22 to 11/30/23, replaces vacancy, resignation of F. Rosa. Under the Employee Insurance and Pension Benefits Committee, we have R. Clark Castell, alternate, at 167 Connecticut Avenue, Party D, 1/25, term is 1/25/22 to 11/30/22, replaces vacancy, resignation of J. Slater. In the Environmental Quality Commission, we have name Karen, well, it says Environmental Quality Commission 2016. Name is Karen Serio, public member. Address is 74 Fox Run Court, Party D, term 1/25/22 to 11/30/25. replaces reappointment self. Human Rights Commission, Liza Andrews, member, address 92 Centerwood Road, Party D, term 125-22 to 11/30/24, replaces reappointment self. Library Board, name is Fiona York, member, address 150 Dowd Street, Party D, term 125-22 to 11/30/27, replaces vacancy, resignation of P. Kruk. Open Space Committee 2015, name Gia Georgette Pasquarelli, member, address 62 Wells Drive North, Party D, term 125-22 to 11/30/26, replaces term expiring of S. Dunning. Skipping over to Standing Insurance Committee, name Jonathan Trister, alternate, address 81 Woodland Street, Party D, term 125-22 to 11/30/23, replaces reappointment self. Town Planning and Zoning Commission, name Jonathan Trister, member, address 81 Woodland Street, Party D, term 125-22 to 11/30/25, replaces de facto term of M. Fox. Second and final member, Town Planning and Zoning Commission is Stephen Woods, member, 94 New Britain Avenue, Party D, 125-22 to 11/30/25, replaces reappointment self. And finally, Vehicle Appeals Board, name R. Clark Castell, alternate, 167 Connecticut Avenue, Party D, term 125-22 to 11/30/23, replaces reappointment self. And finally, under the same board, Kevin Borup, member, at 16 Broadview Street, Party D, 125-22 to 11/30/23 is the term, expiration of T. LaPenta Duffick.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Okay.
Second by Counselor Donahue. Any discussion?
Hey, Mitch, could you read that again? I didn't catch it all.
I need to add a whereas.
All right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Page. All right, next is refunds. We have an approval for January 25th. Deputy Mayor Bedrejko, if you would.
Resolved that property tax refunds in the amount of $4,206.10 are hereby approved in the individual amounts and for those named on the request for refund of an overpayment of taxes certified by the revenue collector, a list of which is attached to this resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Nagel. Any discussion? Counselor Page, I'm sorry, your hand is just still up, right? I just finally moved something on my screen to see it. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next item is approval of the minutes of previous meetings for December 14th, 2021 regular meeting minutes and January 11th, 2022 regular meeting minutes. I'll entertain a motion to accept those as written.
So moved.
Second.
Second,
Motion made by Counselor Mankey, seconded by Counselor Donahue. Any discussion on the minutes? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next item is written and oral communications from the town manager, Mr. Chapman.
Yes, I have about a half hour's worth of information. I will just remind you all that you have a Academy Land Use Academy meeting coming up on Thursday. It is important if you can possibly attend that and register and so forth. We'd really appreciate it. It's very important. Other than that, we'll do the next meeting. We'll talk more.
Okay, thank you. And we will move on to council liaison and committee reports. All right, continuing on to
I just want to report that the Rules Committee met yesterday and we'll have rules and procedures for you our next meeting.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, continuing on to public participation. Any member of the public may participate. Our time limit is 3 minutes. We ask that you state your name and address for the record. And if you would like to be recognized, you can raise your hand. If you're in the Zoom application in the participants window, Or if you're on your phone, *9 will raise your hand to let us know that you'd like to be recognized. All right, the first caller is Senator Lesser.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, and I want to first of all, I want to apologize for missing my slot a few hours ago when you recognized me the last time, Madam Mayor, and it's good to see all of you tonight. And I do realize the hour is late and want to thank you for your endurance. I also did in the interim hear some of the good news about the extra pilot money and the grants and aid that Newington has received, and was very grateful to have the opportunity to work with the rest of the delegation in making sure that we did pass a good budget for Newington that's returned a record amount of municipal aid to the town, and hope that makes your job of funding essential services much easier. Definitely inclined to continue working with the town to make sure that we continue that forward trajectory. But I do have to comment. I want to just speak briefly to the issue that was discussed earlier in the evening, the changing proposals regarding redistricting. And I just want to say, because I did hear some of the back and forth, that we shouldn't be surprised that the initial proposal got the response that it did. Voting is, as you know, the most fundamental right in a democracy. And I think we heard very clearly from the Newington public that threats to our voting system are of broad concern and are equally upsetting to Democrats, to Republicans, and to unaffiliated residents. I expressed my personal concern about the proposal because it would have a massive impact on the constituents that I've been elected to represent. And I will continue to speak out about proposals that will have that kind of an impact. But I've also heard from some of you that you were concerned that some of the voices, I don't know if it was from the public or for what, we're really speaking to the motivation behind the proposal. And I do want to set the record straight that one of the first things I learned in politics was never to question anyone's motives, that you take at face value that motives are good, but you look at the intent, or not the intent, the effect of what's done by the proposal. And in this particular case, the effect of the initial proposal would have had a real concerning impact on the ability of Newington residents to cast a ballot. And I think that's why you saw that real broad-based concern. So I'm grateful that the registrars are reconsidering. I'm grateful to their service to the town. I wish this whole thing had been nipped in the bud sooner, but I'm grateful that we can put people at ease, and we'll continue to work with you and with them and with the residents of the town to make sure that the maps that you eventually adopt are ones that really allow people to cast votes fairly, and we'll be glad to be of assistance as we move forward. I certainly don't weigh in frequently on local matters, and I don't intend to, but this is a particular issue of concern, and I think that the voice of the public has really been hugely beneficial to bringing a light onto this important civic concern. And lastly, I just want to make a quick point about one thing that's been brought up a few times, which is this issue of it being difficult to get people to volunteer, to step up as poll workers. And I agree that that's a problem, and I can't imagine that COVID has made it any easier. But I think it's so important that we do what we can to strengthen our civic fabric, to show that democracy works, that there's no sort of double game, that we're working together to make sure that everyone can vote. And I think that will make it easier, make people feel like they're invested, that this thing isn't rigged, but that we have a system of elections that we've inherited that's worth keeping, that's worth fighting for, that we can work together on, even as we disagree on partisan issues, that this is something that should be above party politics. So I'm hopeful that that's the outcome, at least locally, as we work to move forward on this issue. So thank you for your time, and I wish you a very nice evening.
Thank you, Senator Lesser. Next is Rose Lyons.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. I was delighted to hear about the property at 3333 Berlin Turnpike. I sat through many a TPZ meeting and listened to various proposals for this town. And after listening to that, I was just wondering if at some point in time during a town council meeting that there could be some updates on Dakota properties and Anthony properties and a few other big hot items that were being discussed around town, but I don't see any activity lately. Again, thank you for everything that you do. Personally, I hated Zoom in the beginning. I'm loving it now, and I think I'm going to love it even more when we get to the budget hearings. Thank you very much. Take care. Stay safe. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons, you as well. The next caller is Ellen Schiller.
Okay. Ellen Schiller, 84 Settlers Knoll. I don't think I said that in my first comments. Like I said before, please consider the amount of people moving into the town with these new housing projects that are going up when making a decision on the number of voting polls, because in a few years you may be asked to change things, whatever it is, because it will impact. This will have an impact. The number of people moving in with 3-bedroom apartments. There'll be families in those apartments. There'll be more kids in the schools. There'll be more people, more traffic on the Berlin Turnpike, which I live off of, and it will impact the town, but it will impact our voting places. So please, consider. I realize that you probably have to change it with the redistricting, but please keep it at least to 7 places, because it would be, it'll be crazy otherwise. Thank you and have a very good night.
Thank you, you as well. I don't see any other members of the public with their hands up, so we will continue to remarks by counselors. Counselor Camilla? No?
Oh, wait.
Well, now's your last chance. It's remarks by counselors.
Go ahead. Everybody go ahead of me. I'll be the last.
Counselor Donahue?
Yeah, I wish Senator Lesser hung out for a minute. I'm looking at a text here that says, with 2 red flashing lights, it says Newington backs down. I don't think that's very, trying to bring the town together. It sounds very divisive to me, but what do I know? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Donahue. Anyone else? Sorry, guys, I'm flipping through my screens here again. Counselor Camillo, last chance.
Well, you're right on, John. He did start this all over again. He didn't have the information when he had his news conference. He sounded grandiose tonight, like he did something great. All he did was upset the seniors. What he should do is be apologizing to all the residents of Newington for stirring the pot without the proper information. I hope you're listening, Matt Lesser. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
No, I want to stay.
Motion made by Counselor Menke. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Donahue. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? We stand adjourned at 11:28 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.